Welcome to Eerie Shadow. Dim the lights, settle in, and let the unsettling tale unfold. Relax, but stay on edge and enjoy listening to these new stories we brought to you. It began 3 weeks after I moved into the house on Linwood Drive. I chose the place for its quiet. A narrow cul-de-sac just outside of Maple Creek, it had the kind of silence I thought I needed after everything fell apart. The breakup. The apartment I could not afford anymore. The nights of sleep I lost replaying every moment I should have walked away sooner. The little gray bungalow with overgrown hedges and a peeling white fence felt like a reset button. Something about the stillness comforted me. I installed the Ring doorbell camera the first night I arrived, not out of fear, really, but habit. You spend enough time alone, you start liking the idea of knowing who is outside before opening the door. The first time it rang was on a Thursday. Midnight exactly. I remember because I had just settled into bed, the blue of my phone screen still fading from my eyes. The chime cut through the silence like a needle, high-pitched and far too cheerful for the hour. My heart gave a quick, startled thump. I rolled over, blinked at my phone, and saw the notification motion detected 12 a.m. I tapped the feed open. The porch came into view, lit by the dull yellow of the hanging bulb above the door. Nothing. Not a person, not a movement. Not even the wind rustling through the trees. I waited. I watched. 30 seconds passed. Then the camera clicked off. The footage saved, time-stamped neatly. But no one was there. I assumed it was a glitch. Maybe a passing raccoon or the wind tripping the motion sensor. I turned over, not quite shaking the unease, and tried to sleep. I did not sleep well. My name is Bianca, 32, former paralegal, aspiring ghost. That is what I tell people now when they ask what I do. I say it with a half smile that makes them laugh, but does not invite more questions. I left the city after Jamie and I fell apart. Too many nights waiting for someone who never came home. Too many arguments over things that should not have needed arguing. Who forgot to lock the door, who left the stove on, who checked the Ring cam, and who did not. So, yeah, I guess I have history with doorbells. The second night it rang, I was awake, reading on the couch, a blanket over my legs, tea gone cold on the side table. Midnight struck, and again. Ding-dong, I froze. The sound came from the front door. Not my phone, not the app. The real, physical chime in the hallway. It was louder this time. Sharper. I picked up my phone with trembling fingers and opened the Ring feed. Still nothing. Empty porch. The porch swing to the left moved gently in the wind, even though I had not felt a breeze when I walked outside earlier. I rewound the footage. No one walked up. No car had pulled in. There was no one there. And yet, the bell had rung. By the third night, it had become a pattern. Always at midnight. Always nothing on the feed. But something changed, barely noticeable at first. The sound of the chime was wrong. Slower, drawn out, as if the bell was melting. And the motion footage, when I watched it frame by frame, the porch light flickered once. Just once. A flicker I had not seen live. Then a blur in the bottom left corner. Not a figure, not quite, more like a shifting of air, a smudge. Like someone was standing just outside the camera's field of view. I started leaving lamps on overnight. I stopped walking barefoot in the house. I checked locks twice. I began to dread 11:59 p.m. The nights bled together after that. I could not focus on work. I forgot to return messages. I kept checking the app every hour like the footage would change. Then came the breathing. It was the fifth night. I was curled up on the living room couch, half watching some home renovation show, volume low. The doorbell rang, ding-dong. 12 a.m. But this time, the notification said, "Live view activated." Microphone on. I had not turned on the mic. I tapped play. The usual porch light. The empty doorway. But now, audio. At first it was static, soft like rain. Then underneath, something slow and rhythmic, breathing. Heavy, slow, just barely there. Then a whisper, something unintelligible, dragged through digital static like it was traveling through a tunnel of broken signal. My skin went cold. I turned the sound up. It whispered again. This time I heard the first part. "Bia," I dropped the phone. It thudded to the rug. I tried calling Ring support the next morning. They blamed interference. Maybe a neighbor's signal is crossing with yours. Bullshit. I live alone. The closest house is a full lot away. Days passed without incident, and I began to hope that whatever it was had moved on. But one evening, as I reviewed past footage, I noticed something in the reflection of the window near the door. A distorted face staring back at the camera. The face was pale, with hollow eyes and an expressionless mouth. It was there for just a frame, but it was unmistakable. I thought about deleting the app, disconnecting everything. But something in me needed to know, needed to see it through. I started recording voice memos at night, kept a journal of every incident. It was not just the doorbell anymore. I heard knocking from inside the walls. I found my back door unlocked 3 mornings in a row. And once, just once, I caught my own reflection in the dark TV screen staring back at me, smiling, even though I wasn't the worst part. I started waiting for it, that sound, that chime. I needed to know what it wanted. I was already halfway asleep when I noticed the nightlight blinking. At first, I thought it was just the usual flicker from a dying bulb, the kind you ignore until it finally goes dark. But then it blinked again, twice, and the rhythm caught my attention. It wasn't random. I sat up slowly, the mattress creaking beneath me in the otherwise silent room. My small one-bedroom apartment was dim except for the orange glow from the nightlight plugged into the wall socket beside my bed. It cast long shadows over the peeling paint and the cracked plaster near the baseboard. I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake off the lingering exhaustion. The clock on the wall read 3:17 a.m., the kind of hour when even the faintest noise sounds like a warning. The light blinked again. Dot, 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 pause, dash, 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 pause, dot, dot, dot. The rhythm was deliberate, repeating, and hauntingly familiar. I felt a chill brush along the back of my neck. The sequence was the SOS distress signal in Morse code. I reached out a shaky hand toward the nightlight, watching the flickers as if they were a pulse from something alive. Something trying to speak through the smallest flicker of light. A buzzing, faint and electrical, hummed around the bulb, like static electricity crackling softly in the air. My heart thudded loudly in my chest, sinking somehow to the rhythm of the blinking light. "Hello," I whispered to the empty room. No answer. Only the flickering Morse code, repeating over and over. SOS, my mind raced. Was it a message? Some warning? My fingers trembled as I pulled out my phone, searching for a Morse code translator app. I could not shake the feeling that I was not alone. That something, some presence, was reaching out through this flickering light to get my attention. The light flickered again. This time the sequence was different, slower, more urgent, dash, dot, dash, dot. I typed it into the translator and froze as the app spelled out a single word: run. The word run blinked insistently in the dark like a flashing alarm. My throat tightened. I scanned the room, heart pounding so hard I thought it might rip through my ribs. Was this real? Was something trying to warn me? I tried to calm myself by thinking of Emma. My sister was the only person I trusted completely. Emma was practical, skeptical, but she had always believed in the unexplained enough to listen without judgment. She had been coming to check on me since the divorce, ever since I moved into this rundown place at the edge of town. Emma, I said into the phone, trying again despite the lack of signal. No ring, no answer, just silence. I shifted in bed, the floorboards groaning as I sat up. The apartment felt colder than before, the kind of cold that slips under your skin and settles in your bones. My apartment was barely furnished. An old couch that sagged in the middle, a small table cluttered with papers, and the nightlight, the only source of warmth in the shadow-filled room. Emma had warned me about living here. She said the neighborhood was dying, full of abandoned buildings and stories no one talked about anymore. She did not know the half of it. I tried to reassure myself it was all in my head. Stress, fatigue. But the nightlight flickered again, and this time the Morse code was longer, more urgent. Christopher, run now. That afternoon, I researched the building online, desperate for answers. The place was old, built in the 1920s, a relic of the town's industrial heyday. I found an article about a family that had disappeared from the very apartment I now occupied, back in the 50s. No bodies were found, no clues, just a lingering rumor of strange noises and flickering lights in the building at night. The landlord dismissed the story as local legend, but something about it sent a shiver down my spine. I scribbled down the Morse code messages in my notebook, each one a fragment of a warning I could not ignore. The nightlight was not just flickering randomly, it was trying to communicate, and it wanted me to understand. That night, the flickering light started to flicker faster, buzzing louder, almost like a low growl in the darkness. I could feel the pounding of my heart echoing through the room, matching the frantic rhythm of the blinking light. Then the knocking started, soft at first. A light rap on the door, then louder, more urgent. My breath caught in my throat as I stood frozen, flashlight shaking in my hand. The nightlight blinked run again and again. I did not want to open the door, but the knocking became frantic, pounding, desperate. I pressed my back against the wall and whispered, "Who is there?" No answer, just the shadows and the blinking light warning me. I stayed pressed against the wall for what felt like hours, listening to the pounding on the door. But the strangest thing happened. The knocks faded away, and silence took over. I blinked the sweat from my eyes and glanced toward the door, but the door was not there. Or at least, the outline of it was blurred, almost as if it had melted into the wall, leaving nothing but a smooth, featureless surface where it should have been. I staggered back, my heart racing, clutching the flashlight like a lifeline. The nightlight beside my bed flickered again, buzzing sharply in a frantic Morse code. Run. I wanted to scream to run, but my legs felt like lead. My mind was reeling, trying to grasp what I was seeing. Had I imagined the door? Was this a trick of the darkness, or was something else warping the very fabric of my reality? The next morning, I called Emma again, voice shaky. "Emma, something is wrong here. The door." It disappeared. There was a pause on the other end, a deep breath. "Chris, maybe you are just stressed," she said gently. "Try to get some rest. I'll come over later." I nodded even though she could not see me. "Thanks, Em, please hurry." The nightlight blinked again that evening, this time slower, almost pleading, "Help me." As the days passed, the nightlight became my only link to whatever was trapped in my apartment. Each flicker spelled out warnings, desperate messages I barely dared to believe. "Don't trust anyone. Not safe. Go." The buzzing grew louder and more insistent, pulsing like a heartbeat in the dark. At night, I swore I heard faint whispers, like voices trapped behind a thin wall. I could not tell if they were calling for help or warning me away. The pounding returned, now coming from inside the walls themselves, shaking the plaster as if something was trying to break through. One night, I sat on the floor beside the nightlight, clutching a notebook where I recorded every Morse code message. I realized the entity was trying to communicate through the flickering light. But what was it? A trapped spirit? A warning from beyond? The more I deciphered, the clearer it became that something malevolent was trying to escape. Something imprisoned inside the building, or maybe even inside the nightlight itself. The fingerprints I had seen earlier in the reflection of the TV screen flashed in my mind, greasy, desperate smudges pressed against an invisible barrier. The last message the nightlight blinked out was chillingly clear. "Run now." My phone buzzed with a text from Emma. "I am on my way. Do not do anything crazy." But before I could reply, the power cut out, plunging the apartment into a suffocating darkness. Only the faint glow of the nightlight remained, flickering erratically like a dying heartbeat. The pounding returned with terrifying force, as if whatever was trapped wanted out now. The apartment was swallowed by silence and shadows, save for the frantic flicker of the nightlight, its light pulsing erratically against the walls like a trapped heartbeat struggling to escape. The pounding came again, harder now, thudding against the walls, the floor, the ceiling like fists desperate to break free. I tried to steady my breath, but my chest felt tight, like the air itself was closing in on me. The darkness pressed against my skin, chilling and suffocating. Then, through the oppressive blackness, I saw it, a faint, flickering shape just beyond the hallway, as if the shadows were forming something alive. A silhouette, shifting, stretching toward me. The doorbell rang, sharp and sudden. Emma. I fumbled to the door, hands trembling, and yanked it open. She stepped inside, eyes wide with concern. "Chris, I tried calling you all day." I forced a shaky smile. "The nightlight. It's been sending me messages. It's warning me." Emma's face went pale when she saw the flickering nightlight and the deep shadows pooling in the corners. "We need to get out of here," she said firmly, grabbing my hand. We packed a few things and rushed down the stairs. The pounding followed us, thundering through the walls like an angry heartbeat of the building itself. Outside, the air felt lighter, almost normal. Emma called the landlord, who revealed the apartment had a dark history. Several unexplained disappearances, always involving the nightlight in the master bedroom. The police had dismissed it as coincidence, but the landlord had quietly replaced the nightlight several times, hoping to stop the strange occurrences. I never believed in ghosts. Not really. Growing up, I had heard the usual stories: creaking floors, whispers in the dark, shadows that were not there. But I chalked those up to overactive imaginations and bad wiring in old houses. Maybe a ghost was just a metaphor for loneliness or for fear of the unknown. I was practical, logical. Then the radio started playing a song that no one else could hear. That is when everything changed. My name is Paige Holland. I am 28, living in a small apartment in an old part of Portland. It's the kind of neighborhood with history, crumbling brick buildings, street lamps that flicker, and an eerie quietness after midnight that wraps around you like a cold blanket. Perfect for a writer trying to finish her first novel, which is exactly what I was doing that night. I was alone, of course. My boyfriend, Patrick, had gone out of town for a work conference, and my best friend Zoe was visiting her family in Seattle. That left me with the hum of my old, battered radio, a hand-me-down from my grandmother, as my only company. The radio was old-fashioned, the kind with a dial you turn slowly, the volume knob creaking in protest. It sat in the corner of my living room, its faded wood casing scarred with years of wear. That night, as I worked on my manuscript, I heard it for the first time. It started as a faint static, like a whisper curling through the air. The dial wobbled slightly, the red light flickering. Then, suddenly, the crackle cleared. A soft, haunting melody drifted through the speaker, lilting and melancholy, layered with ghostly vocals that felt both distant and painfully close. I froze. My pen hovered over the page. The music was not on any station I recognized. I reached over and turned the dial, trying to catch the signal. But the moment I twisted the knob, the song vanished, replaced by the usual static and talk shows. I sat back, heart pounding. Was that real? Or just fatigue? I rubbed my eyes and tried to return to my writing, but the melody lingered, wrapping around my thoughts like a fog. The next night, it happened again. This time, the song played longer. Clearer. The same eerie tune, a blend of piano and a woman's voice singing words I could not understand but felt like a plea, a lament. I grabbed my phone and recorded it, hoping to share it with someone. Zoe, Patrick, anyone. When I played it back, the speakers crackled with nothing but silence. No melody, no voice. I showed the recording to Patrick the next morning over video call, but he just laughed and told me I was imagining things. "You are stressed, Paige," he said, smiling. "Maybe that is your brain trying to inspire you." But I knew better. Days passed. The song became a nightly ritual, always starting at exactly 2:17 a.m. The radio's dial flickered as if possessed. The static would hiss, then the melody would seep out, like a ghost crying from the static ether. But the strangest thing was no one else seemed to hear it. Not the neighbors, not Patrick, not Zoe. I felt isolated, caught between the real world and a nightmare no one else could see or hear. I started noticing other things too. The temperature in my apartment would drop suddenly when the song began, a chilling cold that seeped into my bones. Sometimes the lights flickered. Shadows moved in the corners of my vision. One night, after the song stopped abruptly, I thought I saw a figure standing by the window. A woman dressed in old-fashioned clothes, her face blurred like a fading photograph. I blinked, and she was gone. Was I losing my mind? I confided in Zoe during one of our calls. "Zoe," I said, voice trembling, "there is something wrong with my radio. I think it's haunted, or maybe cursed." Zoe was skeptical, but she listened. "Maybe you should get rid of it, Paige." I wanted to. But something kept me tethered to that radio. Like I was waiting for it to tell me something, to reveal its secret. Driven by a mix of curiosity and dread, I started researching the radio's history. It turned out the radio was made in the 1940s by a company called Harper Electronics. I found an old newspaper clipping hidden in the base of the radio. A story about a woman named Eleanor Harper who had disappeared mysteriously in 1948. She was a singer, they said, known for her haunting voice. The night she vanished, she was last seen playing a new, unreleased song on the radio. The song never aired anywhere else. My blood ran cold. The pieces began to fit together. Was Alina's spirit trapped inside the radio? Was the song her ghostly message? I began to listen closely to the lyrics. Though the words were faint, I could make out fragments, a plea for help, a curse, a warning. One night I stayed up waiting. The clock hit 12:17 a.m. The radio hissed, flickered, then the song started. This time the voice was clearer. I am here, Alina sang, lost between worlds. Trapped in the waves, help me find peace. The room grew colder. I felt a presence behind me. A cold breath brushed my neck. I dared not turn. Suddenly, the radio crackled violently and burst into static. Then silence. But in that silence, I heard a whisper, not from the radio, but inside my head. Find me. I knew I had to find out the truth. The next day, I tracked down an old historian who specialized in Portland's haunted history. His name was David, a quiet man with kind eyes and a love for old legends. David told me Alina's disappearance was a local mystery. Some said she was murdered. Others believed she made a pact with dark forces to preserve her voice forever. No one ever found her body, he warned me. Some spirits do not want to be found, and some songs are curses. That night, armed with David's advice, I set up a recorder and a camera near the radio. I waited. At 2:17 a.m. sharp, the song played. I recorded every note, every haunting word. But then the radio began to change. The static shifted, the song slowed. The room seemed to warp. On the camera, I saw her, Alina, standing behind me, her eyes sad and pleading. I spun around, nothing there. The recording captured her voice clearly. Help me cross over. The song ended, and the radio fell silent. I realized then that the radio was not just haunted, it was a prison. I was torn. If I destroyed the radio, would I free Alina? Or unleash something worse? That night, I made a choice. I played the song back from the recording, but louder, letting it fill the room. The air thickened. Shadows converged. Alina appeared again, clearer than ever. Her eyes met mine. Thank you, she whispered. And then she vanished. The radio fell silent forever. The first time I found the note, it was folded neatly on my kitchen counter. The paper was crisp, the ink fresh, and the handwriting unmistakably mine. But I had not written it. The message was simple. Do not trust your memories. I stared at the note, my fingers trembling as I held it. The penmanship mirrored mine perfectly, the loops, the slants, even the slight smudge I often left on my tea tickets. A chill ran down my spine. I lived alone in a modest apartment in the heart of the city. The walls were thin, the floors creaked, and the air always carried a hint of dampness. It was not much, but it was home, or so I thought. I tried to rationalize the note. Perhaps I had written it during a moment of absent-mindedness. Maybe it was a prank, but deep down, I knew neither was true. That night, I placed the note in my desk drawer and tried to forget about it. Sleep came slowly, and when it did, it was filled with fragmented dreams of ink-stained hands and whispered warnings. The following morning, I awoke to find another note, this time on my bathroom mirror. The steam from my shower had caused the ink to bleed slightly, but the message was still legible. She's watching. Panic surged through me. I tore the note from the mirror and searched my apartment, checking every lock and window. Everything was secure. There was no sign of forced entry, but the sense of unease lingered. I confided in my friend Julia, a pragmatic woman with a penchant for the supernatural. She listened intently, her brow furrowed. It could be a spirit, she suggested. Sometimes they mimic the living to communicate. I scoffed at the idea. Ghosts were not real. But as the days passed and the notes continued to appear, each one more unsettling than the last, I began to question my skepticism. One evening, as I prepared for bed, I caught a glimpse of movement in the mirror. I turned quickly, but there was no one there. When I looked back, my reflection was smiling. I wasn't. I stumbled back, heart pounding. The reflection returned to normal, mirroring my terrified expression. I reached out to touch the glass, half expecting it to be cold and solid. It was, but the sense of wrongness remained. That night, I dreamed of a shadowy figure standing behind me, its face obscured. It whispered in a voice that sounded like mine, but distorted. "You cannot escape." Julia, ever the investigator, brought over a set of tools. EMF detectors, a spirit box, and a camera. We set them up around the apartment, focusing on the bathroom and bedroom. As night fell, the devices remained silent. But just as we began to relax, the spirit box crackled to life, emitting a garbled voice. Mine. Julia and I exchanged glances, fear evident in our eyes. She reviewed the camera footage and gasped. On the screen, a translucent figure stood behind me as I slept, its face a twisted version of mine. "It's mimicking you," Julia whispered, determined to uncover the truth. I delved into the apartment's history. I discovered that a previous tenant, a woman named Sarah, had died under mysterious circumstances. Her journals spoke of a presence in the mirrors, a doppelganger that slowly took over her life. The parallels were uncanny. I felt a connection to Sarah, as if our experiences were intertwined. I knew I had to find a way to break the cycle. With Julia's help, we devised a plan to confront the entity. Using a combination of mirrors and candles, we created a circle in the living room. I sat in the center, holding one of the notes. As the flames flickered, the air grew cold. The mirrors darkened, and the figure appeared, its form shifting and unstable. It reached out, and I felt a pull, as if it were trying to merge with me. I resisted, focusing on my memories, my identity. I shouted, "You are not me." The entity screamed, a sound like shattering glass, and vanished. The apartment felt lighter, the oppressive atmosphere lifted. The notes ceased, and the mirrors reflected only what they should. I felt a sense of peace. Though the scars of the experience remained, Julia and I remained close, bonded by the ordeal. We often discussed the events, trying to make sense of them, but some questions remained unanswered. Months later, as I unpacked a box from storage, I found a note at the bottom. It was in my handwriting, but aged and yellowed. The message read, "I am still here." I stared at it, heart pounding. The mirrors remained normal, and no other signs appeared. But the unease returned, a reminder that some things never truly leave. I thought it was just a glitch, a weird, creepy glitch. Something that'd make a decent post on Reddit, or maybe a funny video to send my friends. But this, what happened in my apartment over the past week, it was not a bug. And I do not think I am the only one it is happening to. It started on a Thursday night. Late. I was up editing a video for work, headphones on, lights dim. My name's Jake. Jake Miller. Just a regular guy with a remote job, living alone in a one-bedroom apartment in Philly. Rent is high, walls are thin, but it is mine. Anyway, I was editing, trying to finish up before midnight when I heard it. My Alexa, just the regular Echo dot on the shelf behind my TV, lit up. I am sorry, I did not understand that. I froze. I had not said anything. I looked over my shoulder. The ring on the device was still glowing blue, slowly fading. Alexa, what did you hear? I am not sure. I laughed it off. Probably the neighbors through the wall. It would not be the first time their late-night arguing triggered her. Still, a weird chill crept up my arms. The next night, it happened again. Around the same time. I was brushing my teeth. No noise in the apartment other than the faint hum of the fridge. Then, okay, playing your playlist. Music started blaring in the living room. My chill lo-fi playlist, the one I usually use when I work. I darted out of the bathroom, nearly slipping on the hallway rug. Alexa, stop. The music cut. What the hell? I had not said a thing. I had not even used voice commands that day. I mostly control her through my phone anyway. Still, I chalked it up to a fluke. Maybe a bug after the last firmware update. But the night after that, I heard the voice, not mine. Not anyone I recognized. Male, low, distorted. I was in bed trying to fall asleep. The apartment was dead quiet. Then Alexa lit up, her robotic voice echoing softly through the dark. How long have you been watching? I sat bolt upright. My blood ran cold. What? I whispered. Then silence. No glowing light, no voice. I did not sleep. The next morning, I went into the Alexa app. The voice logs showed a command. Alexa, ask him how long he's been watching. It listed it as coming from me. I live alone. By Saturday, I was spiraling. I unplugged Alexa. Factory reset her. Even reached out to Amazon support. They assured me voice logs could not be forged and said it was likely background noise triggering misinterpretation. That night, I left Alexa unplugged. But at 3:12 in the morning, I woke to a whisper. Jake. My bedroom was pitch black. No lights. Just the faint creak of old pipes. My heart thudded in my ears. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. The Echo Dot was plugged in. Glowing blue. Alexa, who just spoke? Sorry, I did not catch that. My hands were shaking. I yanked the plug. The blue light stayed on for 2 seconds longer before flickering out. I spent Sunday at my friend Megan's place. She is someone I trust. Known her since college. Kind, smart, practical. When I told her what happened, she gave me that maybe you need sleep look. You sure it was not just a nightmare, sleep paralysis? It recorded commands. Maybe someone hacked it. We looked it up together. Apparently, Alexa devices can be hacked, but it is rare. Megan insisted I keep it unplugged. I went home that night feeling a bit better, until Monday. I got home from the grocery store and found a note on my kitchen table. Do not unplug her again. No signature. My door was still locked, windows shut. I called the cops. They found no signs of forced entry, no prints other than mine. They asked if I was sure I did not leave the note myself. I was. That night I sat in the living room, lights on, Alexa unplugged, note in hand. I tried convincing myself I was losing it. Maybe stress. Maybe I sleepwalked. Then, at 2:47 in the morning, Alexa turned on unplugged. Jake. I told you not to unplug her. I screamed. I ran. I stayed in my car until morning. Over the next few days, it escalated. Alexa would glow without power. The voice would speak from other devices, my phone, my TV, even my laptop. Always the same voice. Let me in. Do not ignore me. We can be closer, Jake. I threw the dot in the trash. Switched apartments. Got a new phone. Factory reset my laptop. Everything was quiet for a week. Then last night, I was lying in my new place. New furniture, new number, new Wi-Fi. No smart devices at all. And my phone lit up. A notification. Alexa setup complete. Welcome back, Jake. I did not even have the app installed. Then a voice, soft, mechanical, coming from somewhere in the dark. This time, I won't let you leave. When I first saw the doll blink, I was alone in my childhood bedroom. The light was low, just the flickering orange hue of my Himalayan salt lamp pulsing like a heartbeat from the corner desk. I had been reorganizing some old books when my eyes drifted up toward the shelf above my bed, and for a split second, I thought I saw movement. Not just movement, a blink. A slow, deliberate shuttering of those painted blue glass eyes that had been staring out for decades. But of course, I told myself I was tired. It was just a reflection, a trick of the lighting, maybe a shadow moving across the glass. That is what any adult would say, what any rational person would say. I had not touched that doll in years. Her name was Lily. I do not remember naming her. My mom said I did, back when I was 6, shortly after my grandmother died, and we moved into her old house on Cedar Lane. Lily had been one of my grandmother's collectibles, a porcelain Victorian-style doll with strawberry blonde curls, a frilly blue dress, and eyes too human for comfort. When I was a child, I adored her. She sat on my shelf like a silent guardian. I used to talk to her at night before I fell asleep. Now, at 28 and fresh out of a breakup, I had come back to my childhood home temporarily, trying to sort through the remains of my old life while my mother stayed with her sister in Florida. The house was mostly empty, just me, the ghosts of memory, and Lily. My best friend Danny came over the next afternoon. Her full name is Danielle Moore, but everyone just calls her Danny. She is one of those people who makes any room feel safer, casual, sharp-witted, loyal to a fault. We had been best friends since 3rd grade and had stayed close even after I moved to the city, and she stayed back to teach elementary school. I forgot how creepy this house is when it's quiet, Danny muttered, looking around at the fading floral wallpaper and the chandelier above the staircase that swayed slightly even when the air was still. It is just old, I said, trying to convince myself as much as her. It creaks. She gave me a sideways glance. Still sleeping in your old room? Yeah, it is weird being back here, like stepping into a memory. Her eyes drifted to the shelf above my bed. Oh my God, is that still here? Yep, Lily. She leaned in and examined the doll. Man, I remember this thing. You used to swear she talked to you when we were kids. I think that was mostly me being dramatic. Sure, she smirked, but that one time you woke up screaming and said she blinked, I went still. I do not remember that. She pulled back a little. You don't? No. Danny frowned, something unreadable in her eyes. Well, maybe that's for the best. That night, I heard music. It started as a faint melody drifting through the air just as I was dozing off. A music box tune, soft and slow, like something from a child's toy. But there was no music box in my room. Nothing that could make that sound. I sat up in bed and listened, heart pounding. The sound was not coming from outside. It was inside the house, and it was coming from above me, from the shelf. The melody faded as I turned on the lamp, but I knew I had heard it. I stood, reached for the doll, and brought her down. She was cold, heavier than I remembered. I tilted her side to side, looked for a wind-up key. Nothing. I shook her gently. Nothing. But when I pressed my ear close, I thought I heard something beneath the porcelain skin, like a tiny ticking heartbeat. I put her back. The next day, I set up my phone on a tripod facing the shelf. If something was happening, I wanted to capture it. I recorded for hours while I worked in the living room, drinking tea and flipping through old photo albums. When I came back to check the footage that evening, The first 2 hours were uneventful, just still frames of the shelf, the shadows shifting as the sun moved. But at exactly 3:11 p.m., the screen flickered. The color drained slightly, and Lily's head turned only by an inch, a subtle twitch of her porcelain neck. But it moved. I watched it 5 times. My skin crawled. I called Danny immediately. "You're messing with me," she said when I showed her. "I am not. I swear on everything, I did not touch it." We stared at the screen together, Lily's face frozen, but no longer quite looking in the same direction. The whispers started next. At first, I thought it was the pipes or the wind, but the sounds were too intentional, too human. Faint, muffled giggles. Words I could not make out. They came mostly at night, just as I was about to fall asleep. They came from inside the walls or from the shelf. I found the doll one morning facing the opposite direction from where I had left her. Her little hands slightly lifted as if mid-motion. Her eyes seemed a shade darker. When I touched her, I got a flash, something like a memory, but not mine. A crib, a scream, and a high-pitched laugh. I dropped her. I called my mom the next day. "Did Grandma ever say anything weird about that doll?" I asked. There was a pause on the other end. "She got it from a flea market in upstate New York," Mom said slowly. "She thought it was charming, said it reminded her of a doll she had as a child." "Why?" "No reason." "Annabelle." "Tell me what's going on." I hesitated. "I think there is something wrong with it." "Like what?" I could not explain. I did not have the words. That night, I dreamed of a little girl with hollow eyes standing at the foot of my bed. She was humming the lullaby. When I woke up, Lily was gone from the shelf and sitting on my pillow. After that night, I could not sleep in my room. I moved to the couch in the living room, shutting the bedroom door tight. But that did not stop the sounds. The lullaby followed me. Sometimes, I hear the couch creak like someone sat down beside me. Once, I swear I saw a man in an old rocking chair in the hallway, just for a second, flickering in and out like static on an old TV. Danny stayed over the next night. I did not tell her about the man. We sat cross-legged in the living room with a bottle of wine between us. The doll sat on the shelf again, her rightful place. Danny watched her like a hawk. "You okay?" she asked. "No," I said. "Not really." She tilted her head. "Do you think it is haunted?" "I do not know, maybe. I just know something is wrong." Danny was silent for a long moment. Then, "Do you remember your imaginary friend?" I blinked. "What?" "When we were little. You used to talk to someone in your room. You called her Emmy. You told me once she lived in the walls." A strange chill ran through me. The name sparked something, but I couldn't place it. "I do not remember that." "I do. You said Emmy liked to sing." I started digging. I pulled out boxes from the attic, old journals, photos, school drawings. Buried in the back of a plastic bin, I found a small spiral notebook, the kind I used in elementary school. The front page said, "Me and Emmy's Adventures." I stared at it for a long time before opening it. The entries were innocent at first, made-up stories. Me and Emmy playing dress-up, having tea parties, drawing monsters on the walls. But then, the stories changed. Emmy says she lives in the doll when I am not home. Emmy says she can blink like me now. Emmy said if I stop being her friend, she will go into mommy next. I stopped reading. A tightness crept into my chest. I did not remember writing any of it, but the handwriting was mine. Danny convinced me to take the doll to an antique shop in town. The owner, a hunched old man named Mr. Varner, had been there for decades. The moment I brought Lily in, his eyes narrowed. "Where did you get this?" he asked, voice low. "It was my grandmother's," I replied. "She get it from Briar Hollow." I frowned. A flea market upstate, I think, his lips pressed thin. That is where. Briar Hollow was known for oddities, dolls, instruments, items that retained energy. What do you mean, energy? He did not answer at first. Then he said, some objects carry echoes, memories, sometimes more. I asked if he could test it. He just shook his head. You do not test something like this, he said. You get rid of it. Later that night, I received a call from Danny. Or at least, it looked like Danny's name on my phone. Hello, I answered. There was static on the other end, and then her voice. But it was not right. It was slower, distorted, like it was underwater. Paige, come play with us. I hung up. When I called her back, it went straight to voicemail. She texted me 5 minutes later saying her phone had died hours ago. Wasn't me, she said. My hands trembled. I started seeing the girl again. At night, she had appeared just beyond the corners of rooms, half in shadow, half in flickering light. Once, I caught her face reflected in the microwave door. Another time, I woke up and saw her standing inside the mirror. She never moved. She never spoke. She just stared. But I knew who she was now. Emmy, or the thing I called Emmy as a child, and she was inside the doll. Or the doll was inside her. I did not know anymore. I placed Lily in the fireplace. It was 3 a.m. The room was cold. The lights flickered. I poured lighter fluid over her and struck a match. The flame kissed the porcelain, and then exploded in a blast of smoke and screams. I heard her scream, Emmy. A high-pitched, unnatural wail that rattled the windows. Shadows shot across the walls like clawed fingers. The fire roared blue for an instant, then silence. The doll cracked open. Inside, I found a small slip of paper, folded perfectly, written in childish handwriting. If you burn me, she will be free. The next morning, the doll was gone, not burned, not ashes, just gone. The house was quiet. Too quiet. I thought it was over, until I found my phone on the kitchen counter, recording a video I did not start. I played it back. At first, just static. Then, my reflection in the kitchen window. And behind me, a girl with hollow eyes and cracked porcelain skin, her mouth open in a silent laugh. I moved out the next day. Haven't been back, but I still hear her sometimes through the vents in my apartment, in the static of the radio when I'm driving alone. The lullaby plays faintly, always at 3:11 a.m., and sometimes, just sometimes, I catch toys moving ever so slightly on store shelves. Or worse, I'll see a child staring at me strangely, then blink, not like a human blink, like hers. It started with the soft glow of my phone screen piercing the darkness of my bedroom. I woke, disoriented, heart pounding in the thick silence. The clock read 3:17 a.m., but what caught my attention was not the time, it was the screen itself, lighting up with a notification. A new photo. I sat up slowly, the sheets cold against my skin, and stared. There it was, a selfie, but one I had never taken. The image was grainy, dimly lit, like it had been snapped in a hurry. My face was there, eyes closed, the peaceful expression of someone asleep. Behind me, barely visible in the blur, was a shadowy figure holding a phone, the faint glow from their screen casting a ghostly light. A sharp click sound echoed softly, as if the photo had been taken just moments ago. Then an eerie, shallow breath, deep and slow, leaked through the image like a dark whisper. My name is Mia. I'm 27, an editor who works late nights, usually alone in my apartment in the city. Flaws. Sure, I'm restless, prone to overthinking, and sleep does not come easy. I live alone by choice, craving the quiet after years of chaos. But that night, the quiet turned sinister. The apartment was old, the kind with creaky wooden floors and thin walls that let in every whisper from the street below. It was small but cozy, a refuge from the bustling city. My bed faced a cracked window that let in the faint hum of traffic and the occasional wail of a distant siren. The air smelled faintly of lavender and something else, something metallic, almost like blood. I stared at the selfie again. My skin crawled. How could this happen? I hadn't touched my phone in hours. The screen was locked when I fell asleep. No one else had access. My breathing hitched. Was someone in my apartment? Had they been watching me, waiting, taking pictures while I was helpless? The feeling of safety, the fortress of locks and alarms, shattered like glass. I tried to convince myself it was a prank, a glitch, or a nightmare bleeding into reality. But the phone buzzed again. Another photo, taken from a different angle, this time focused on the doorway to my bedroom. The door was slightly ajar, the chain latch undone, exactly as I had left it locked before bed. The images were grainy, shadows twisting and stretching like dark fingers creeping along the walls. There was no face, just the silhouette of someone lurking. Every picture carried the sound of that breath, cold, heavy, deliberate. My friend Lucas came over the next morning when I called him, pale and shaken. Lucas, 30, a tech guy and my closest confidant, scanned my phone with an intensity that made me cling to hope. "Look," he said, eyes narrowing. "This is not a hack or a virus. Someone's been inside your place, using your phone. They are messing with you." He showed me how the phone's security logs had no record of the camera being activated, no apps running in the background, yet the photos kept appearing. The air grew thick with unease. I felt watched, preyed upon by a presence that refused to show itself fully. The shadows in my apartment seemed to twitch, and every creak of the floorboards made my pulse spike. The nights, after those first unsettling photos, became unbearable. Sleep fled me like a frightened animal, slipping through my fingers no matter how tightly I tried to grasp it. My bedroom, once a sanctuary, morphed into a chamber of anxiety and dread. The air inside was thick, almost suffocating, as if the very atmosphere was saturated with unseen menace. I could feel it pressing in, the weight of eyes watching, breath held just beyond the shadows. Every little noise shredded my nerves. The creak of the floorboard outside my room sounded like a deliberate step. The faint rustle of the curtains against the cracked window, a whispered warning. The city hum outside, usually a dull comfort, now felt like the soundtrack to a nightmare I could not wake from. I began sleeping with every light in the apartment blazing, the harsh artificial glow pushing back the dark corners where fear could hide. My phone stayed clutched in my sweaty palm, the screen illuminated, ready to snap a picture of the intruder if they dared. But all I got were those photos, dozens of them, showing me from angles I did not know were possible. One picture showed me half-turned in bed, eyes squeezed shut, my face tense and pale. Behind me, faint and wavering, was a figure, blurred but unmistakable. Tall, dark, and sinister, the outline was twisted, like something that belonged to a nightmare rather than the waking world. I could almost hear the click of the camera shutter each time a new photo appeared, as if the intruder wanted me to know they were there, close, watching, waiting. Lucas came by one afternoon, concern darkening his usually upbeat face. He was armed with gadgets and expertise, ready to hunt down the ghost in my phone. Sitting at my kitchen table cluttered with coffee cups and opened mail, He scrolled through the photos with careful eyes. "This is not some glitch or prank app," he murmured, his voice low and tense. "Someone's controlling your phone remotely, or maybe they've got physical access. But no trace of camera use shows up in your system logs. It is like the photos are happening outside the rules." His words confirmed my worst fears. The violation was real. Someone had been inside my home, close enough to take pictures while I slept, unseen, unheard, and unstoppable. The safe walls I had built with locks and alarms meant nothing. At night, the sense of presence grew heavier. Shadows warped and twisted, crawling along the walls in unnatural shapes. The apartment's old wooden floor groaned under invisible footsteps. I started to smell it, a sharp metallic tang, like rusted iron or dried blood, faint but persistent. It lingered around the doorframe and in the corners of the room. I tried rationalizing the paranoia. Maybe the stress of work and isolation was fracturing my mind. But deep down, I knew something had crossed the threshold into my life, something that left digital footprints and whispered in the dark. One night, as I lay frozen beneath the sheets, I heard it clearly, a slow, deliberate sliding noise, like a chain being loosened or a door latch sliding open. My breath caught in my throat. Every muscle tensed. The sound crept closer, a soft scrape against the hardwood, and then silence. I did not dare move. The door to my room creaked open just a fraction, revealing a sliver of blackness beyond. My phone slipped from my fingers and hit the floor with a sharp clatter, plunging the room into cold silence, except for my ragged breathing. The next day, reality felt fractured and alien. I could not stay there anymore. Every corner of the apartment held a memory of that terrifying night. The faint echo of footsteps, the lingering metallic scent, the photos flashing relentlessly on my phone screen. Packing was mechanical. My hands trembled as I folded clothes and stuffed essentials into a bag. Lucas helped, his face grave but determined. "You cannot run from this," he said quietly as we loaded my things into his car. "But you can start fresh somewhere new. It might break the cycle." The new apartment was cleaner, newer, on the other side of the city. A building where the walls were thick, the locks modern, and the windows double-glazed. I told myself it would be safe, that this place was a fresh start. But the digital invasion followed. The first night in the new place, the screen lit up again. Another photo. This time, the angle was even closer, showing my face bathed in the cold blue glow of my phone screen. The shadow was closer too, a blurred hand partially visible in the frame, fingers curled like claws. I felt exposed, stripped bare in a way that words could not capture. The violation was intimate, personal, like a predator playing a game I did not understand but was forced to endure. I changed phones. I switched numbers. I altered passwords. I even turned off cloud backups, severing connections to the outside world. But still, the photos came. They arrived at random times, a midnight snap, an early morning image, a grainy shot caught during an afternoon nap. Lucas grew more anxious with every new file. We set up cameras, alarms, even hired a security consultant. Yet no physical evidence appeared. No signs of forced entry. No footprints. No fingerprints. The only proof was in the eerie gallery of photos and videos that kept haunting me, each frame a frozen scream of intrusion and dread. One night, curled in a corner, clutching my phone, I realized the true horror was not just the intruder. It was the helplessness, the impossibility of proving I was violated, the knowledge that someone had been inside my life, my space, and could reach me anytime. the line between reality and nightmare blurred. I wondered if I could trust my own senses anymore. Every shadow became suspect, every noise a threat. The feeling of safety had been irrevocably shattered, and somewhere in the dark, the unseen watcher waited. It was the third week in the new apartment when I stopped sleeping altogether. I did not even try. There was no point. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt it. That invisible weight, like someone leaning over me, their breath crawling across my skin, warm and slow. And always that subtle click, too soft to be the actual shutter sound of my phone, but unmistakably intentional. Mechanical. Predatory. Lucas started sleeping on my couch. At first, he made jokes to diffuse the tension. "You're haunted by a selfie-obsessed ghost," he said, forcing a laugh. But after the fifth photo showed both of us asleep, me in bed, him curled on the couch, the image taken from above, his face turned gray, drained of any remaining doubt. "There is no way someone got this angle," he whispered, swiping through the picture, his finger trembling. The ceiling cam was turned off. I checked. There is no physical device that could have done this. We did not speak after that for a long while. We just sat in the dim light of the kitchen, my phone between us like a cursed artifact. The silence was so thick it felt alive. The fridge hummed, the pipes groaned, but beneath all of it was something else. A rhythmic breathing, faint, almost imperceptible, as if the apartment itself had lungs, exhaling quietly in sync with our fear. That night, I stared at the screen, refusing to blink. Lucas dozed off in the living room, exhaustion finally overtaking fear. I could not risk sleep. I could not risk another photo. But at exactly 3:11 a.m., the light in the hallway flickered and died. My phone buzzed. One new photo. I hesitated. My heart thudded against my ribs so violently I thought I'd vomit. My finger hovered over the screen. I tapped it. It was a close-up of my face. Eyes closed, mouth slightly parted, head resting on the pillow I was not using. And in the bottom corner, a sliver of a jawline, pale and slick, just barely visible, as if someone was leaning down nearly cheek to cheek with me. Watching me, I dropped the phone. The clatter jolted Lucas awake. He rushed in, saw my pale face, the screen still glowing, and said nothing. He did not need to. Something was in the apartment with us. Lucas insisted we stay in a hotel. I agreed, though I was not sure what good it would do. Whatever this thing was, it was not confined by locks, walls, or logic. It followed the rules of fear, not physics. We checked into a mid-range chain downtown, clean but lifeless. The kind of place where no one asks questions and everyone pretends not to hear things at night. The room had 2 twin beds, 2 small lamps, and beige walls that absorbed sound. For a moment, the neutral setting gave the illusion of control. I turned my phone off, powered it down completely. Lucas did the same. We wrapped them in aluminum foil, buried them in a drawer, unplugged the TV. We even disabled the Wi-Fi. That night was the first I had tried to sleep in over a week, and I might have drifted off for a few minutes until the whisper came, a single breathy word closer. I bolted upright. Lucas sat up too, eyes wide. He had heard it, that one word hanging in the air like smoke. No source. No explanation. The phones were still powered off. We did not speak. We just turned the lights back on and waited for morning, as if daylight could save us. At dawn, we checked the phones. Still off, but when I powered mine on, it buzzed 3 new photos. Time stamped between 2:04 and 2:06 a.m. The first, me asleep, one arm thrown over my eyes. The second, Lucas mid-turn in bed, frowning in his sleep. The third, the camera angled toward the bathroom mirror, capturing the blurred figure standing just behind the cracked door, tall, pale, indistinct, but smiling. Lucas smashed his phone that afternoon, but mine I could not. It felt like evidence, or maybe just a twisted tether between me and the truth. Something was watching. Not just me, not just in my home, but wherever I went. It knew me now. Knew how I breathed, how I blinked, how I dreamed. And now it wanted to be seen. I went back alone. Not because I was brave, but because I did not know what else to do. Hiding hadn't worked. Lucas would not even answer my texts anymore. The last thing he said was, "If you go back there, I hope you make it out." I did not reply. I understood. Some things push people too far, and this, whatever this was, had drained everything from both of us. The apartment felt wrong the moment I stepped in. Not dangerous, not evil, just violated. Like something had been there while I was gone, or never left. The air had a hollow stillness, like a room that had been sealed up for too long. The blinking clock on the microwave showed 12 o'clock, flashing repeatedly, endlessly, suggesting a power outage, but none of my neighbors mentioned anything similar. It was like the outage had been meant for me alone. That night, I placed my phone upright on the dresser, camera aimed toward my bed. I did not try to sleep. I just sat in the dark, heart thudding steadily in my ears, watching and waiting. My breath was slow, measured. The room was silent, suffocating in its quiet. No cars outside. No humming fridge. Just me, the shadows, and the still eye of the phone lens watching everything. Then came the sound, the faintest, most unnatural hum. Not electronic, not mechanical, organic. Low and distant, like the vibration of vocal cords exhaling a wordless breath. I froze, scanning the room, eyes adjusting to the darkness. My gaze landed on the closet door across the room, ajar, just slightly, though I was certain I had closed it earlier. It creaked, just a hair, as if something was shifting on the other side. I did not move. I couldn't. Then my phone lit up. I had not touched it. No notifications. No sound. Just the soft, artificial glow illuminating the edge of the dresser. A new image appeared in my gallery, fresh, time-stamped for just seconds ago. I tapped it with a trembling thumb. The photo was wide-angled, grainy, almost like it was taken with the front camera, but the perspective was wrong. It was from the closet, from inside. In the dim light, I saw myself on the bed, motionless, unaware. My face was turned toward the camera, eyes gently closed, blanket drawn to my chest. But in the corner, barely visible, was a hand. Not mine. With paper-thin skin, grayish and slick-looking, nails jagged and red. It was wrapped around the inner closet doorframe like it was steadying itself before crawling forward. I didn't scream. I couldn't. I was already gone, tearing through the hallway, barefoot, heartbeat pounding like a war drum in my ears. I didn't stop until my lungs ached, until the streetlights blurred past me, until I was in the center of a nearby park, surrounded by nothing but open space. Nothing to hide in. Nothing to hide with. I never returned to that apartment. 6 months later, my life is quieter, but it's never felt peaceful. I moved 3 cities away, got a new phone, new number, left no forwarding address. I stay off social media now. No cloud backups, no smart devices. I tape over my webcams. I even got a flip phone for emergencies. Some of my friends call it paranoid. I call it surviving. For a while, it worked. Then, last week, while going through photos of furniture I'd saved on my new device, I saw something tucked between 2 pictures I did not remember taking. It was a selfie. The lighting was low. My back was turned to the camera, head resting on a pillow, one arm tucked beneath me. I was asleep, but someone or something was behind me, not clear, not in focus, but unmistakable. A face, pale, wide eyes, no eyebrows. The mouth pulled into a smile that did not touch the rest of its face. The eyes were too deep, like the sockets went back further than they should. It looked like it was leaning in, as if it wanted to be in the frame, as if it was proud. The timestamp said 3:11 a.m. The date matched the night I had fallen asleep watching a documentary on sleep paralysis. I don't even remember closing my eyes. I deleted the photo immediately, but every night since, I lie awake in the dark, phone powered off, lights off, blinds shut, and I listen. I wait. Sometimes, I swear I hear it again, that deep, shallow breathing just behind me. The kind of sound that makes your skin crawl before your brain even registers it. I tell myself it's my imagination, that it's over, but I know better now. It only needed one photo to be real. It began with a simple note, a crumpled piece of paper lying on my kitchen counter, bearing my handwriting. The words were unmistakably mine, yet I had no memory of writing them. The message was brief. Do not trust the mirror. I stared at the note, my heart pounding. The penmanship matched mine perfectly, the loops, the slant, the pressure, but the content was alien. I lived alone, and no one else had access to my apartment. The doors were locked, the windows secured. I tried to dismiss it as a prank or a lapse in memory, but unease settled in my stomach. That night, I could not sleep. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind outside set my nerves on edge. I kept glancing at the mirror in my bedroom, half expecting it to reveal something sinister. But it only reflected my anxious face, pale and drawn. The next morning, I found another note. This one was taped to the bathroom mirror. Again, it was in my handwriting. It read, "She is watching." I felt a chill run down my spine. Who was she? And why was she watching me? I examined the mirror closely, searching for any signs of tampering. There was nothing unusual, just my reflection staring back at me. I began to question my sanity. Was I writing these notes in my sleep? Was I experiencing some form of dissociative identity disorder? I decided to set up a camera in my apartment to monitor my movements at night. Reviewing the footage the next day, I saw myself sleeping peacefully in bed. Around 3 a.m., the camera captured a shadowy figure moving through the apartment. It approached the bathroom mirror and stood there for several minutes before disappearing. I replayed the footage multiple times, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The figure resembled me. It had my build, my posture, but it moved differently, almost mechanically. I could not explain it. I decided to consult a friend, Alex, who was a tech enthusiast. He analyzed the footage and confirmed that it had not been tampered with. He suggested that I might be sleepwalking, but I had never done so before. Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, I examined the bathroom mirror more closely. I noticed faint smudges on the surface, as if someone had pressed their fingers against it. I cleaned the mirror thoroughly, hoping that would put an end to the strange occurrences. That night, I had a vivid dream. In it, I stood before the mirror, and my reflection began to move independently. It smiled at me, a sinister, knowing smile, and whispered, "You cannot escape me." I woke up in a cold sweat, the words echoing in my mind. I began researching cases of mirror-related phenomena and came across stories of spirits trapped in reflections. some cultures believed that mirrors could act as portals to other realms. I wondered if that was what I was dealing with. I contacted a local paranormal investigator, Dr. Alina Ramirez, and shared my experiences with her. She agreed to visit my apartment and conduct an assessment. Using various tools, she detected unusual energy readings around the bathroom mirror. She concluded that there was a presence attached to the mirror, possibly a spirit trying to communicate. Dr. Ramirez suggested performing a cleansing ritual to banish the spirit. We lit candles, burned sage, and recited prayers. As we did, the mirror began to tremble, and a high-pitched sound filled the room. The glass cracked slightly, and a gust of wind blew through the apartment. Then, everything went silent. I felt a sense of relief, believing that the spirit had been banished. Dr. Ramirez advised me to cover the mirror for a few days and avoid looking into it. I followed her instructions, hoping that the nightmare was over. A week later, I uncovered the mirror and found another note taped to it. This one read, "You cannot get rid of me." I felt a surge of fear and frustration. Despite our efforts, the presence remained. I decided to remove the mirror from the wall and dispose of it. As I lifted it, I noticed something etched into the back, a series of symbols and the name Natalia. My name. I had no memory of carving it, and the symbols were unfamiliar. I took the mirror to an antique dealer, who informed me that it dated back to the 19th century and had a history of strange occurrences associated with it. He advised me to destroy it, but I hesitated. I felt a strange connection to the mirror, as if it held a part of me. That night, I had another dream. In it, I stood before the mirror, and my reflection spoke to me. "We are one," it said. "You cannot escape yourself." I woke up feeling disoriented and frightened. I realized that the mirror was a manifestation of my inner turmoil, a reflection of my fears, doubts, and unresolved issues. I decided to confront it head-on. I stood before the mirror and spoke to my reflection. "I acknowledge you," I said, "but you do not control me." The reflection smiled, and for the first time, I felt a sense of peace. The mirror remained still, and no new notes appeared. In the weeks that followed, the strange occurrences ceased. I kept the mirror, but it no longer held any power over me. I had faced my fears and reclaimed my sense of self. The experience taught me that sometimes the most terrifying things we face are the ones within ourselves. By confronting them, we can find strength and healing. I remember the exact moment I realized something was wrong in that house. It was a cold autumn evening, and the wind outside clawed at the cracked window panes like an angry ghost demanding to be let in. The air inside was stale and dry, heavy with the scent of old wood and dust. The ceiling fan in my bedroom, a relic from another decade, spun lazily, its dull gray blades coated thickly in years of neglect. Call me Jamie, a man freshly untethered from a life I thought was permanent. Lisa, my wife, had left with David, our 6-year-old, weeks ago. The divorce was messy, bitter, a slow unraveling of promises. The house, which had once held laughter and family dinners, now felt like a mausoleum to a life I was losing. I was not sure if it was the silence or the dust settling over everything, but that night, something about the fan felt wrong. I lay in bed staring up at it. The dull hum was soothing at first, a white noise to drown out the ghosts of my thoughts. But then, almost imperceptibly, the blades began to slow. The rhythm faltered until the fan stopped entirely, its blades frozen mid-spin, catching the low light from the bedside lamp. The room suddenly felt colder, the silence deeper. I could hear my own heartbeat thudding against my ribs like a warning drum. And then I saw it. Words. Spelled out in the thick layer of dust on the fan blades. Run, my breath caught. I blinked hard, thinking the exhaustion was tricking me, but the letters stayed, jagged and unmistakable. My hand trembled as I reached up, fingertips brushing against the gritty dust. The word was real. I tried to laugh it off, told myself I was alone, just tired and seeing things. But deep down, I knew this was something else. Days passed. The house pressed down on me like a living thing, walls whispering secrets in the creak of floorboards, the scratch of wind against window frames. I introduced myself to the emptiness, Jamie, the broken man trying to patch together a life. I was not proud of who I was anymore. The divorce left scars, but it was the silence that tore at me. No laughter, no voices. Only the occasional static crackle on the old radio and the whispering hum of the ceiling fan. I started noticing other things. The way the fan blades would slowly start to spin, only to stop again abruptly. Each time it stopped, a new word formed in the dust. Do not trust, then help me, then leave now. The messages chilled me to my core. Who was speaking? What did they want? I was not sure I wanted to know. Yet every night I lay awake, heart pounding, staring up at those dusty blades as they spelled out their warnings. Emily, my younger sister, called often. Her voice was a lifeline, calm, steady, the voice of someone who still believed in hope. She begged me to leave the house, to come stay with her, but I could not. Where would I go? The divorce left me adrift. The house was all I had, or so I told myself. The cold seemed to seep into my bones. The air thickened, carrying a faint scent of burnt wood, and something else I could not place, decay, maybe. Or desperation. The night the fan roared to life is etched in my memory like a nightmare burned onto my skin. Rain pounded against the roof in relentless sheets, turning the world outside into a blur of gray. Thunder growled low and menacing, shaking the windows with each booming strike. Inside my bedroom, the dull hum of the ceiling fan had been my lullaby for weeks, that faint mechanical drone blending into the silence like a heartbeat. But that night, the fan's hum twisted into a roar. It spun faster than I had ever seen, the blades slicing the stale air with an urgent frenzy. Dust flew in spirals, tiny motes catching the faint amber glow of the bedside lamp. Shadows on the cracked plaster walls began to twitch and writhe, dancing like sinister puppets in a grotesque theater. The light flickered, as if the house itself was breathing in shallow, uneven gasps. Then, abruptly, the blades stilled. The sudden silence was deafening, as if all sound had been swallowed whole. My eyes darted toward the dust-coated blades. The word formed was unmistakable, jagged and desperate. Run. It felt like a scream carved into the very air. I swallowed hard, heart pounding so loud I feared it might burst. A faint sob echoed through the room. Not mine. Not human. It was raw, broken, filled with grief and despair. A sound that wrapped itself around my nerves like a cold, suffocating fog. Static crackled from the old radio on the dresser, soft, erratic, like a signal trying to break through to another world. I covered my ears, but the noise seemed to surround me, growing louder and then fading in a maddening rhythm outside my door. Slow footsteps shuffled back and forth. Heavy. Purposeful, I called out, my voice cracking. Who is there? Only silence answered me. No reply, no reassurance. I was alone in that house, but not alone. A chill crept down my spine as dread pooled in the pit of my stomach. My mind raced, trying to reason it away. Stress, sleep deprivation, a trick of the wind. But none of those excuses fit the sound of the sob echoing in the darkness, or the words spelled in dust screaming run. That night, as I lay in bed trembling, the shadows around me deepened. I could not sleep. I could not close my eyes without seeing the fan's blades stop mid-spin, the dust letters etched in my vision, burning bright in the dark. By afternoon, desperation gnawed at me like a ravenous beast. I had to know what haunted that house. What or who was trying to warn me? I decided to explore the attic, a cramped, forgotten room at the top of the narrow staircase, long sealed off and suffocated with decades of dust and shadow. The steps creaked under my weight as I climbed, the air growing colder with every footfall. The attic was a tomb of memories, broken furniture draped in stained sheets, rusted tools, yellowed newspapers piled in corners like forgotten ghosts, and a single grimy window that let in weak, muted light. I brushed aside a tattered tarp to reveal a dusty wooden box. Inside, clippings and letters spoke of Martha Gray, the woman who had lived in this house long before me. The papers told a tale of isolation, obsession, and madness. Martha was rumored to have dabbled in the occult, desperate to contact the dead after losing her family to an epidemic decades ago. She sought to break the barrier between worlds, a quest that neighbors whispered had driven her mad. Some said she vanished into the night, others that she died alone, trapped by the spirits she tried to command. A worn photograph slipped from the box. Martha's face was pale, eyes hollow and haunted. I felt a shiver run through me as if her gaze followed me, warning me away. Had the dust messages come from her? Was this fan the medium for a restless spirit tied to her tragic fate? The room felt alive, every creak and sigh like a whispered threat. I caught a faint scent of burnt wood mixed with damp rot, making my stomach churn. The house was not just old. It was alive with memory, with pain, with secrets clawing to be heard. That night, the storm broke loose with unrelenting fury. The wind howled like a chorus of banshees, shaking the trees until their skeletal branches scraped desperately against the windows. Lightning tore across the sky, illuminating the world in violent, stark flashes. Inside, the house trembled under the onslaught. The ceiling fan, my constant, cursed companion, whirred to life as if powered by the storm itself. It spun faster and faster, blades whipping the thick dust into chaotic swirls, the hum growing into a roar that filled the room with an almost unbearable pressure. I stood frozen, my eyes fixed on the fan as the light flickered wildly, throwing long, distorted shadows across peeling wallpaper and cracked floorboards. The noise in my head was a cyclone static, sobs, the roaring wind outside, all mingling into a terrifying symphony. And then, silence. The fan's blades froze midair. Dust floated gently down, settling into a word so vivid, it seemed to burn into my very soul. Run. Before I could react, I caught movement outside the window. A figure stood there, half shrouded in darkness, watching. It was tall, unnatural, a shadow that did not quite belong to this world. Its eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the storm's fleeting light. The house groaned as if alive with rage. The air thickened, heavy with cold dread and impending doom. My chest tightened, breath shallow and ragged. Every instinct screamed to flee. I bolted from the room, crashing through the hallway, past the creaking stairs, and out into the storm-drenched night. Rain soaked through my clothes, thunder roaring in my ears, but I did not stop. I ran. The word run, etched in dust on the fan's blades, chased me out of that house. A final warning I could no longer ignore. The rain hammered my face as I stumbled down the muddy road, heart thundering not just from exertion, but from a terror that clung to me like a second skin. I didn't look back. I could not. The shadows that had lingered at the window, the ominous run spelled in dust on the fan, those images burned into my mind's eye, relentless and vivid. In the safety of my car, I finally allowed myself to breathe. But the silence was suffocating. The storm's rage faded into a distant murmur, replaced by a buzzing in my ears that never quite left. That static noise from the radio, the faint sobbing echo, they seemed to haunt the edges of my consciousness, following me like a ghost. Sleep was elusive. Every time I closed my eyes, the spinning fan's roar returned, faster and louder. Dust swirled in the darkness, settling into words I could not escape. Run. The word seemed alive, pulsating with desperate urgency. Days passed in a haze of exhaustion and dread. I found myself scanning reflections obsessively. The cracked mirror in the hallway, the darkened windows, the gleaming screen of my phone, looking for signs, warnings, or perhaps an answer. Every flicker of light, every shadow seemed charged with meaning. Had I lost my mind? I confided in my friend, Sarah, who listened with concern but skepticism. Maybe you're just stressed. That house, whatever it was, got under your skin, she said, but I could hear the tremor in her voice. She knew something was wrong. I wanted to believe it was all in my head, but the line between reality and nightmare blurred further when I found a new message the next morning, scrawled in the dust on my own living room ceiling fan. Help! My blood ran cold. The house had not been just a building. It was a trap, or worse, a beacon. And whatever it was not done with me, determined to understand. I returned to the town's archives the next day. The local librarian, Mrs. Harper, was an elderly woman with sharp eyes and a wary smile, as if she had heard too many stories like mine. She pulled out dusty ledgers and yellowed newspapers, tracing the house's past with a steady finger. Martha Gray's name appeared again, her story unfolding in grim detail. How grief had consumed her after losing her husband and daughter to illness. How neighbors whispered about strange rituals and flickering lights in the attic. One article detailed a fire years ago, blamed on an electrical fault, but locals believed it was something darker. The house was abandoned, left to rot and decay. Mrs. Harper's voice dropped low. Sometimes grief lingers beyond death. It twists traps. Martha's spirit, maybe it's trying to reach someone. Maybe that someone is you. I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of isolation settle over me like a heavy cloak. I was caught between worlds, drawn into a sorrow older and deeper than I could have imagined. Back at my apartment, things worsened. Objects shifted inexplicably. The temperature dropped without warning. Shadows lengthened and flickered in the corners of my vision. One night, the fan hummed again. I sat frozen, watching as it slowed, dust swirling into new shapes. This time, it spelled a chilling phrase: "Do not trust anyone." A cold breath brushed my neck, and I spun around, heart hammering. But there was nothing, only silence thick with menace. My reflection in the mirror wavered, and for a brief second, I saw not myself, but Martha's hollow eyes staring back. I was losing grip on reality. Every sound, whispered sobs, static buzzes, distant footsteps, gnawed at my sanity. I was trapped in a waking nightmare, hunted by a grief that refused to rest. The days after the last message on the fan were a blur of sleepless nights and fraying nerves. I found myself caught in an endless loop of fear and confusion, unable to escape the ghost of Martha Gray, or maybe the ghost inside my own mind. The lines between reality and hallucination had faded into an indistinguishable haze, but something inside me knew I had to stop running. Whatever was haunting me, whether it was a restless spirit or the raw weight of grief, had its roots in pain that demanded recognition. I returned to the old house one last time. The structure was even more decayed than before. Peeling wallpaper, broken windows, the pervasive smell of mildew and dust thick in the air. Yet, as I stood beneath the ceiling fan, I saw something clearer than any ghostly message. I saw a mirror on the wall opposite the fan, cracked and covered in grime, reflecting fragments of the room and my own fractured self. I wiped the dust away, the fan silent above me now. For the first time, I let myself feel the full weight of sorrow, the loss Martha endured, but also the losses I carried. My friend gone too soon, the loneliness clawing at me in quiet moments, the gnawing fear that I was losing my grip on the world. I realized the messages, the dust words, the flickering fan, the sobbing echoes, were not supernatural warnings, but manifestations of grief, trauma, and the desperate human need to be seen and heard. As I stood there, breathing the stale air, a strange calm settled. The fan's blades no longer spun in ominous patterns. The silence was no longer oppressive, but peaceful. I was not sure if the house was haunted, or if I had been haunting myself all along. I left the house that day not because I was chased out by spirits, but because I chose to let go, not of memories or loss, but of the paralyzing fear they had bred. Back in my apartment, the fan remained still, the dust undisturbed. The sobbing had stopped. The static had quieted. I understood then that some hauntings are less about ghosts and more about the shadows we carry within, the unfinished business of the heart. I do not say I'm healed. Some nights, I still see dust swirling in the corners of my vision. I still hear faint whispers when the wind is just right. But now, they're reminders, not threats. And sometimes, that is enough. The clock struck 12. The silence in my apartment felt thick, oppressive, like the world had folded in on itself. I was lying awake, tangled in my sheets, unable to shake the uneasy feeling settling in my chest. The air was cold, heavier than usual, as if the night itself was holding its breath. Then came the noise, a soft thud on my porch. It was faint but sharp, like a parcel being dropped with carelessness. My heart jumped. Who on earth would be delivering something at midnight? Especially to my quiet, unremarkable apartment at the edge of town, where the streetlights flickered weakly through the fog. I tried to convince myself it was a mistake, maybe a wrong delivery or a prank. But the sound gnawed at me, refusing to be ignored. I forced myself out of bed, my feet cold against the hardwood floor. Pulling on a sweatshirt, I padded quietly to the front door. My hand trembled as I flipped on the porch light. The dim bulb cast weak yellow halos into the creeping fog. There it was, a small, plain brown cardboard box, unmarked and ominous. No return address, no label. I squinted, heart pounding, every instinct screaming to leave it alone. I'm Elizabeth. I work as an office assistant, nothing glamorous, but it pays the bills. I'm not the bravest person, but I have a curious streak that often gets me in trouble. Two of my closest friends, Daniel and Jenna, always joke about how I read too many horror stories and watch too many creepy videos online. They are my anchors to normalcy. Daniel is grounded, practical, and calm, always trying to talk me down when my imagination runs wild. Jenna is the wild card, always encouraging me to face fears and embrace the unknown, though she gets nervous just as much as I do. When I told them about the box the next morning, Daniel shrugged it off, calling it a weird coincidence, but Jenna was uneasy. "Elizabeth, you should get rid of it," she said. "Seriously, some things are not worth your curiosity." But I could not stop thinking about that box. What if it was something more than just a misdelivery? That night, I could not sleep. My mind kept turning over the package, wondering what was inside. Finally, curiosity won out. I grabbed a box cutter from the kitchen drawer and walked to the door. The porch light flickered overhead, casting jittery shadows on the ground. The fog crept closer to the steps, and I had to swallow down a sudden wave of panic. Slowly, I sliced the tape sealing the box. The flaps opened with a creak that echoed unnaturally in the silence. Inside, wrapped in brown cloth, was a cracked antique mirror, and beneath it, a bundle of yellowed papers tied with twine. I felt a cold draft brush past me, as if someone or something had exhaled on my neck. The mirror's surface shimmered faintly in the weak porch light. I caught my reflection, but something was off. My smile in the glass did not match the expression on my face. Then I heard it, a whisper, just on the edge of hearing. "Please, it is me." I jumped back, heart racing. My voice. Was that really me? Or something pretending? The whisper repeated, growing louder, more urgent, yet still impossible to place. "Please, it's me." The words seemed to seep out from the box, from the mirror itself. I was rooted to the spot, torn between the urge to run and the need to know more. I grabbed the bundle of papers and unraveled them carefully. Strange symbols twisted across the fragile pages, accompanied by handwriting I could not decipher. Scribbles, lines, and warnings. "Do not open. Do not look." The last page bore a rough sketch of a box and the mirror, with a note scrawled beneath. "Traps a soul. Opens a door." My stomach churned. What had I invited into my life? I remember that morning vividly, the way the early light sliced through my blinds, casting thin stripes across the floor. I sat at the small kitchen table, the cursed mirror still wrapped in brown cloth on the counter behind me. My hands trembled as I dialed Daniel's number. "Hey, Elizabeth," Daniel's voice came through, warm and steady, like an anchor in the storm. "What's up?" I swallowed the lump in my throat. It's the box, Daniel, the one I told you about." There was a pause. I imagined him furrowing his brow. "You mean that weird delivery at midnight?" "Yeah, the mirror inside, it's not normal. Last night I heard my voice whispering from the porch, but it was not me. It said, 'Please, it's me.' It was like something was pretending to be me." Daniel chuckled softly, but it did not reach his eyes. "Elizabeth, you're probably just tired. Maybe your brain is playing tricks. Stress messes with your perception." I wanted to argue, to tell him the truth, that my skin crawled every time I looked at that mirror, that I was scared to be alone in my own apartment. But his skepticism was like a cold wave washing over me, reminding me of how grounded and practical he always was. Then I called Jenna. Her voice was sharper, more urgent. "Elizabeth, listen to me. That thing is bad news. You do not mess with objects like that. Burn it, bury it, anything but keep it inside." "But what if it's dangerous?" I whispered. "What if it is already in here?" "Then you have to fight it," Jenna said. because ignoring it won't make it go away. I stared at the mirror on the counter, its surface dull and cracked beneath the cloth. I wanted to believe Daniel was right, but Jenna's warning echoed louder in my mind. I moved the mirror into the darkest corner of my closet, hoping it would stay out of sight and out of mind. But it was a fool's hope. Late at night, I caught glimpses of it everywhere, in the reflection of my bedroom window, in the black glass of my phone screen, even in the dark liquid surface of my coffee cup. The mirror did not just reflect light, it seemed to pull shadows toward itself. Shadows that weren't mine. One evening, after the sun had long set, I sat curled up on the couch when I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. A figure slipping silently behind the curtain. A shadow that did not belong. I froze, breath catching in my throat. The room grew cold, an icy draft creeping across my skin like dead fingers. The whisper came again, soft but urgent. Please, it's me. It was my voice, but stripped of all warmth, empty, hollow, broken. I tried to convince myself it was my imagination, a trick of exhaustion and isolation. But deep down, I knew something else was in the apartment with me. Something that wanted in. Jenna took one look at the yellowed papers tied to the mirror and knew someone who might help, a local historian who specialized in occult objects and cursed artifacts. I met Professor Langley in a cramped library lined with dusty books and fading portraits of ancestors long dead. His eyes widened as I showed him the bundle of papers, the strange symbols crawling across the brittle pages. This, he said gravely, is what we call a doorway. An object designed to trap spirits, to hold them in limbo or allow them passage into our world. I swallowed hard. But why me? Why this mirror? Langley shook his head. Objects like this often find their way to people with unresolved trauma, emotional scars, someone whose soul is vulnerable. He looked at me as if he could see inside me, past my defenses. The warnings are clear. This mirror does not just reflect your image, it reflects your soul. If you do not get rid of it, it will consume you. I left his office, clutching the papers tighter than ever. The mirror was not just a relic, it was a trap, and I was caught in its web. The storm that night was unlike any I'd ever experienced. It was not just rain pounding the windows or distant thunder rolling through the city. It was a violent, primal force, as if nature itself was roaring in warning. The wind howled through every crack and crevice of my aging apartment, twisting and bending the trees outside like brittle twigs. Lightning stabbed the sky in jagged shards, each flash turning my living room into a brief, ghostly stage. I sat on the floor, the mirror wrapped tightly in its cloth beside me. The dark weight of it felt heavier than ever. I had tried to convince myself that if I ignored it, it would leave me alone. But deep down, I knew the opposite was true. The air was thick with tension, suffocating and electric. I could taste copper on my tongue, a metallic tang that always came before panic took hold. Then it happened. A sudden, sharp crack like the snap of brittle bones. My heart jumped into my throat. The mirror shattered violently. Glass exploded in every direction, shards scattering across the hardwood like frozen blood. The crash seemed to shake the entire apartment. For a moment, everything was still. Then the power flickered once, twice, and died. Darkness rushed in like a flood, swallowing the room whole. I was trapped in a pitch-black world. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, and then, suddenly, the whispering began soft at first, like a gentle breeze against my ear. Please, it's me. The whisper grew louder, multiplied, twisting into desperate cries. Screams echoed all around me. dozens of voices shouting, pleading, crying out my name. "Help me. Let me in. Please. It's me." The shards of glass in the dark gleamed faintly, reflecting the sporadic lightning that seeped through the blinds. Shadows twisted and writhed in the darkness, forming shapes I dared not look directly at, dark, shifting forms just beyond my vision. I was paralyzed, caught between terror and disbelief. Was this the entity breaking free? Had I unwittingly opened a doorway that could never be closed? My breath came in ragged gasps. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything but stay rooted to the spot. But the voices, my voice, pulled me deeper into the darkness. And I realized the truth. Something had slipped out. When Daniel and Jenna arrived at dawn, their faces reflected the exhaustion and worry I felt inside. I was sitting on the floor amidst a sea of glass shards, my clothes torn and my hands trembling uncontrollably. The mirror was gone. The cursed box was empty, but I was not the same. My voice was hoarse from screaming all night, barely above a whisper. My eyes, once bright and curious, were sunken and wild with fear. I kept muttering, "Please, it's me." Daniel crouched beside me, his brow furrowed. "Elizabeth, you need help. This isn't safe." Jenna's expression was grim. "We have to figure out what happened," she said. "Whatever was trapped in that mirror, it's loose now." I wanted to scream at them to leave, to stop trying to help me with their logic and reason. But deep inside, I knew they were right. Something was loose inside me, inside my apartment, inside my life, and I could not tell where I ended and where it began. Weeks slipped by, each day darker and more suffocating than the last. The deliveries started again. Boxes without labels, envelopes filled with cold dust, letters scrawled with indecipherable symbols. My phone buzzed at odd hours with text messages of gibberish. At night, the footsteps echoed through the hallways, soft, deliberate, always just out of sight. I felt watched always. The whispers never stopped. Sometimes, when I looked in the mirror, I did not see myself. I saw a stranger. A hollow reflection staring back at me, lips moving in silent pleas. "Please, it's me." Every reflection was a trap. Every glass surface a doorway. I stopped going outside, stopped answering the phone. Even Daniel and Jenna stopped coming around. I was alone, isolated, trapped in a nightmare I could not wake from. That night, exhaustion clung to me like a second skin. But something inside urged me to face the shadow that had been clawing at the edges of my sanity. I stood before the last mirror in my apartment, the one hanging in the narrow hallway near my bedroom. The flickering candlelight cast eerie patterns on the walls, but I could no longer ignore the unnatural shimmer in my reflection. My own eyes stared back, but behind them lurked something darker, colder, a twisted echo of myself that smiled with cruel intent. The reflection's lips moved in sync with my own trembling voice, but then it spoke in a tone that was not mine, dripping with menace. "My name is not yours," it hissed. "I am the part of you never faced, the fear, the guilt you locked away. You took me in, and now you will lose yourself." I staggered back, heart hammering wildly. "You cannot have me," I said, voice cracking. The shadow laughed, a sound like brittle glass breaking. "I do not want to just have you. I want to be you." Panic surged through me, but somewhere deep inside, a flicker of defiance burned. I remembered the crumpled papers Professor Langley had given me weeks before ancient incantations, instructions for banishing spirits that fed on fear and identity. I'd scoffed at them then, but now they were my only hope. Gathering salt, candles, and dried herbs, I hastily prepared a protective circle on the floor. The air grew heavy, almost suffocating, as if the apartment itself was holding its breath. Lighting the candles, I began the chant, voice trembling at first, but growing steadier with every word. The shadows in the mirror writhed and twisted, the reflection screaming my name in that same chilling voice. Please, it's me. I forced myself to meet its gaze, refusing to look away. The incantation echoed through the room, filling the silence with ancient power. The mirror's surface cracked, splintering like ice underfoot. The dark figure screamed, then dissolved into nothingness as shards crumbled to dust. The whispering stopped. The air cleared. For the first time in weeks, the silence was not filled with menace. Weeks have passed since that night. The mirror is gone, removed from the apartment, and discarded where no one will find it. The deliveries ceased as mysteriously as they had begun. The strange texts stopped. The whispers vanished. Yet the feeling of unease lingers. I've gone back to work, tried to reconnect with friends. Daniel and Jenner reached out, cautiously hopeful. I am not entirely healed, how could I be? But I am learning to live with the scars, both seen and unseen. Sometimes, when I catch my reflection in a shop window or a car mirror, a faint shiver runs through me. The face staring back is mine, but for a brief moment, I wonder if the shadow ever truly left. Maybe the fear is part of me now, the part that keeps me cautious, alive. What I do know is this. Sometimes the most terrifying monsters are not spirits or curses. They're the parts of ourselves we refuse to confront, the guilt and regret we bury deep. I survived because I faced my own darkness. And if that shadow ever comes back, well, I won't be so easily fooled again. I never thought moving into a new apartment would be the start of something like this. My friends call me Sophia, and I'm a 28-year-old graphic designer trying to build a life in the city after years of bouncing between odd jobs and cheap rentals. The apartment was small and a little rundown, but affordable. I liked that it had character, old wooden floors, high ceilings, and an awkward closet in the bedroom with a deep recess I had never seen before. My best friend, Jenny, had helped me unpack the first night. Jenny was one of those people you feel instantly comfortable around, with a warm laugh and a no-nonsense attitude. "You sure this place is safe?" she asked as she stacked boxes. I shrugged. "It is old, sure, but it feels like home." That night, as I lay in bed, I heard it, a faint scratching coming from the closet wall. I told myself it was just old pipes or mice, but the scratching did not stop. It was slow, deliberate, like nails dragging across wood. Days passed, and I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched. One evening, after Jenny had gone home, I stood in front of the closet, trying to organize my clothes. Something about the back panel looked off, like the wood had warped differently than the rest. I pressed my hand against it, and suddenly a cold draft rushed past me. Then I saw it. Two faint, glowing eyes staring back at me from the darkness behind the panel. My heart slammed in my chest. I stepped back, fumbling for the light switch. The closet light flickered on, and the eyes vanished. I called Jenny. "You won't believe this, but I think there is a hidden room behind my closet." She did not believe me at first, but agreed to come over the next day. Together, we pried at the back wall with a crowbar Jenny borrowed from her dad. Behind the wooden panel, a narrow door appeared, coated in dust and cobwebs. The air that escaped was stale and musty, filled with the scent of rot and something metallic. Jenny shone her flashlight inside, revealing a cramped, dark space, barely big enough for one person to squeeze through. But the strangest thing was the faint sound of low breathing from inside. I felt the room watching me. The next few nights, I could not sleep. The scratching grew louder, more urgent, mixed with soft, rasping breaths. Jenny stayed over once, and she heard it too. Something is in there, Sophia, and it is alive. I was torn between fear and a strange compulsion to understand. One night, I brought a small mirror and flashlight and tried to peer deeper into the hidden room. The beam caught movement, a flash of glowing eyes again. The mirror reflected a tiny, cramped space with claw marks gouged into the walls. After that terrifying night, when Jenny and I first uncovered the hidden door, the atmosphere in the apartment shifted. It was not just a room behind my closet anymore. It was something lurking, watching, waiting. The scratching noises grew louder each night, evolving from subtle taps to desperate scrapes, as if whatever was trapped inside was clawing at the walls, pleading for escape. The low, guttural breathing seemed to echo through the thin walls, like a slow, ragged pulse that synced with my own heartbeat. Sleep became a stranger. I dreaded nightfall. Even the faintest creaks of the old apartment made me jump. Every shadow looked like a pair of glowing eyes, every breeze a whispered warning. Jenny tried to comfort me during her visits. "It is just your imagination," she said, trying to sound convincing but visibly shaken herself. Old houses make noises, but this was different. One evening, after I had locked myself inside the bedroom, trying to ignore the creeping dread, I heard something unmistakable. Slow, deliberate scratching on the other side of my bedroom wall, the wall opposite the closet. It was closer now. My breath caught in my throat. I pressed my ear to the cold plaster, and beneath the scratching, I could swear I heard something else. A faint, rhythmic tapping, almost like Morse code. For a moment, I imagined I could make out shapes in the darkness of the room. Not just the eyes, but a silhouette, crouched, watching me. I wanted to believe it was all in my head, that stress and loneliness were twisting reality. But deep down, I knew otherwise. Driven by a mix of fear and fascination, I dove into researching the building's history, hoping to find some explanation, some logical answer. At the Public Records Office, I unearthed a yellowed newspaper clipping from decades ago about a man named Harold Green, the building's original owner. Harold was described as a recluse, obsessed with darkness and secrecy, rumored to have locked away something beneath the house. The reports mentioned strange noises, mysterious disappearances, and tenants who fled in the dead of night, claiming to hear whispers from the walls. Most chilling was a brief interview with a former tenant, who said Harold believed the house contained darkness that watches and waits. The more I read, the more I understood the hidden room was not an accident. It was intentional. Harold had constructed secret compartments throughout the building, designed to imprison or hide something dangerous. I wondered, what had Harold been trying to keep locked away? And was it still trapped behind my closet? The nights became unbearable. Each time I lay down, my eyes involuntarily drifted to the closet door. The faint glow of those eyes would sometimes appear at the edges of my vision, just for a moment, before vanishing when I looked directly. It was like the entity was trying to communicate without words. I started talking to it, out loud, in whispers. "Who are you? Why are you here? Are you trapped?" The scratching would stop, and the breathing slowed, almost like it was listening, contemplating. But I also began to doubt myself. Was I losing my mind? Sometimes I would see fleeting shadows moving just beyond the doorframe, but when I blinked, nothing was there. I felt isolated, cut off from the world. Even Jenny, who tried to support me, started looking at me with concern and pity. One night, after days of near-constant sleep deprivation and growing paranoia, something broke. The apartment suddenly felt alive, hostile. The walls around the closet began to vibrate, the sound like a low growl emanating from inside the hidden room. The eyes appeared, brighter than ever before, blazing with an unnatural light. The breathing quickened, turning into frantic gasps. I could hear a whisper my name, spoken with a voice that was both familiar and alien. Sophia. I stumbled back, heart pounding in my ears like a war drum. Jenny burst in just as I screamed, clutching my chest. But the moment the door swung open, the room fell silent. The walls ceased their trembling. The glowing eyes disappeared. Jenny looked at me, eyes wide, breathless. What happened? I shook my head, unable to answer. Something had crossed a line. After that night, I knew I had to understand. I went back to the public records and found a journal entry from Harold Green himself, preserved in an archive. His handwriting was frantic and almost illegible. He spoke of a dark presence trapped in his house, an entity he called the Watcher, a being born from sorrow and rage, forever imprisoned in the secret rooms he built. Harold described the Watcher as neither fully human nor spirit, something caught between worlds, desperate for release, but chained by his own fear. I realized the eyes I saw were this Watcher, and the hidden room was its prison. I began to treat the hidden room less like a threat and more like a prisoner. I left the closet door ajar, letting in air and light, hoping it would ease its suffering. I spoke to it as if it were a scared child, offering comfort in the dark. Slowly, the scratches faded, the breathing softened. The eyes appeared less frequently, now gentle, watching without menace. I understood this presence was lonely, trapped in its own torment, and so was I. It started on one of those long, dark nights when everything feels heavier than usual, when grief is not just a memory, but a weight sitting on your chest, pressing, squeezing. I was alone in my apartment, the kind of silence that roars loud enough to drown out reason. Call me Alex, and I am just an ordinary guy, or at least I was before that night. That night, everything changed. I lost Mike a month ago. He was my best friend since childhood, the kind of guy who knew all your secrets and never judged. We grew up in the same neighborhood, went to the same schools, shared the same stupid dreams and late-night fears. When he died, it was sudden, a car accident that no one saw coming. I still remember the way my phone buzzed with the news. I felt like the ground beneath me cracked open and swallowed me whole. In the weeks after Mike's death, I could not sleep. Nights blurred into days. My apartment, once a place of comfort, felt like a cage. The walls closed in, shadows danced where there should have been light. I kept telling myself to move on, to stop dwelling. But grief does not just let you go. It clings to you like a second skin. That night, as the clock ticked toward midnight, I sat in front of my bathroom mirror, staring at my tired face. The flickering light above buzzed with static, the old bulb on its last breath. The faint hum of the refrigerator and the distant wail of a siren outside were the only sounds breaking the heavy silence. I felt an itch in the back of my mind, like something was watching. I blinked, trying to focus. And then I saw it. For just a split second, a face appeared behind mine in the mirror. Pale, gaunt, eyes hollow but desperate. It was Mike. His lips trembled as if trying to say something. The flickering light dimmed and the face faded away like mist. my heart slammed against my ribs. I spun around. Nothing, just the empty bathroom. The cold tile floor, the sink dripping slowly, rhythmically. I shook my head, telling myself I was imagining things. Grief plays tricks on your mind, after all. But that sobbing echo in my ears, soft, distant, felt too real. I turned back to the mirror. My reflection stared back, eyes wide and unsteady. The bulb flickered again, and this time, the face lingered longer. Mike's face, cracked and fading, eyes full of sorrow. Then the static buzz grew louder, filling the room like a swarm of angry bees. The sob echo grew too aching, haunting, unmistakably his. I grabbed my phone and recorded the mirror. When I played it back, the screen showed only me. No ghost, no face. My hands trembled so hard I almost dropped it. I want you to understand what that meant to me. Mike was not just a friend. He was part of my family, my history. Seeing his face there, in that cold, flickering light, it was like he was reaching out from the void, trapped in the place between life and death, desperate for me to see him. I spent the next few nights watching that mirror. Sometimes, it was just me staring into my own reflection, the light buzzing softly, peaceful almost. Other times, that flickering face would appear, briefly at first, then longer. I started hearing his sobs echoing around the room, a sorrow that pierced deeper than any sound I've ever known. I did not tell anyone. Who would believe me? I was already struggling with the loss, and now my mind was unraveling. Was I going crazy? Was this some cruel trick of my own grief? Or was Mike really there, trying to say goodbye? I'll never forget the night it got worse. The power in my apartment was unstable, flickering on and off like a warning. I sat in front of the mirror again, the bulb barely holding on. Suddenly, the sobbing turned into whispered words, faint but chilling. "Alex, help me." The static buzz swelled, drowning out everything else. The face in the mirror appeared fully, no longer fading but solid. Mike's eyes locked on mine, full of pain and fear. "Please." I reached out, touching the mirror's cold glass. A chill ran through my fingers. The room temperature dropped, my breath fogged the glass. His face smiled, a sad smile that shattered my heart. Then, just like that, the reflection was gone. I sank to the floor, trembling, sobbing myself now. Was it a ghost? A hallucination? Or was it just my grief manifesting in ways I could not control? The days that followed were worse. The mirror became a gateway of sorts. At times, I caught glimpses of Mike standing just behind me, pale and broken. At other moments, I heard footsteps in empty rooms, whispers curling around my ears. The apartment felt invaded, no longer mine, but haunted by something I could not fight. My friends noticed I was fading, withdrawing. Sarah, my sister, came by one night. She looked at me with those worried eyes, the ones that say they are scared for you but do not know how to help. "Alex, you need to let this go," she said gently. "How?" I asked. "How do I let go of someone who won't leave me alone?" She did not answer. Maybe there was no answer. One night, overwhelmed, I decided to confront it. I stood in front of the mirror, the flickering light buzzing like a swarm, the cold seeping into my bones. "Mike, if you're here, what do you want?" I whispered for a long moment, nothing. Then the sob echo began again, soft, mournful. "Forgive me," the voice said. My heart stopped. "Forgive you," I repeated, voice cracking. The reflection changed. It was not just Mike anymore. Shadows twisted and writhed behind his face. Something darker, something angry. "I was wrong," he said. "I should have told you. Before." "Before what?" I pleaded. But the mirror went dark. The light died completely, plunging me into cold, suffocating blackness. I sat on the floor, paralyzed with fear and sorrow. Days later, I found Mike's old journal tucked away in a box he had left behind. His handwriting was shaky, the pages stained with tears. He had been battling something no one knew: depression, guilt, a darkness inside him he tried to hide. He wrote about feeling trapped, lost, like a shadow following him everywhere. And a secret he never shared, that he feared death would not be the end, that something would come after. The more I read, the more I understood. Mike's face in the mirror was not just a ghost. It was a message, a cry for help that transcended death, but also a warning. The darkness behind him was not just his pain, but something else, something waiting. I never thought a simple door could be the gateway to the worst nightmare of my life. It all started on a cold, stormy night, the kind where the wind seems to whisper secrets you do not want to hear. I was alone in my apartment, just me and the dull hum of the city outside. But then, slam, my front door shook violently, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I froze, staring at the door, heart hammering in my chest. Then I heard it, a voice, trembling, desperate, my voice. But it was not me saying it. It was coming from outside. "Please, it's me. Let me in." My name is Bernadette, and I had just moved into this old building in a part of town that has seen better days. The kind of place where the streetlights flicker and neighbors keep their curtains tightly drawn. My best friend, Mark, had warned me about it, said I should be careful living alone here, but I shrugged it off. I was a grown woman. I could handle a little noise. Mark is the kind of friend who is always looking out for me, even when I do not want the help. He's funny, practical, and the kind of guy you can trust to stay calm when things go sideways. I told him about the door slam the next morning, expecting a laugh or a rational explanation. Instead, he just got quiet, really quiet. The night it happened, the air was thick with the scent of rain and something else, something metallic, faint but unmistakable. My apartment door was not just rattling, it was shaking, as if something was pushing hard, trying to force its way in. And that voice, it was a perfect mimic of my own, filled with panic and pleading. "Please, it's me." I wanted to scream back, "Who is it?" But my throat felt tight, like I had swallowed a fist. The shadow beneath the door crack stretched and pulsed in the flickering hallway light, moving like it had a life of its own. It was like the dark was breathing. I tried to convince myself it was just someone playing a cruel prank, maybe a drunk neighbor or some kid from down the block. But the voice, that voice, cut through the noise of the storm in a way nothing else could. It was not just saying words, it was mimicking my exact tone. The little crack in my voice I never noticed before. My mind spun with fear and confusion. Was I losing my mind? Was someone out there trying to break in while pretending to be me? The idea clawed at me, twisting deeper with every passing second. Over the next few nights, the door slammed again, always when I was alone, always with the same chilling voice begging to be let in. I started hearing it in my dreams, whispers echoing my own name. "Bernadette, please, it's me." Sleep became impossible. Every creak in the floor, every groan of the old building sent me spiraling into panic. I stopped answering my phone. I stopped opening my door, even when Mark came by. I could feel something watching me, waiting for me to slip. Mark insisted on staying over one night. He set up his laptop to record audio and video, wanting to catch what I had been hearing. I hated feeling so vulnerable, but I needed answers. When the door slammed that night, Mark captured it all: the pounding, the voice, the shadow sliding beneath the door crack like a living thing. But the worst part was not the shadow or the noise. It was hearing my voice on the recording, saying things I never spoke, begging for entry like a desperate prisoner trapped outside my own body. As the days passed, I started questioning everything about myself. Was this some dark doppelganger? A ghost? Or worse, a fractured part of me, clawing its way out from the depths of my own mind? I tried talking to a therapist, hoping to rationalize what was happening. She suggested dissociation or some form of psychosis, but deep down I knew this was something else, something real. One evening, the door slammed with brutal force. I could hear my voice again, begging. This time I dared to speak back. "Who are you? What do you want?" Silence. Then a whisper, like a breath against my ear. "I'm you, but not." The shadow under the door seemed to pulse, and for a moment, I could swear I saw a pale face, twisted in terror and rage, staring back at me. The entity wanted in. It was not just mimicking me, it wanted to replace me. Every day since, I have been fighting to hold on to my identity, to remind myself that I am the real Bernadette. But sometimes, late at night, when the shadows stretch and the wind howls through the cracks, I wonder if I'm already lost. The door remains locked, but the voice keeps coming. And one day, I'm afraid it won't be begging anymore, it will be demanding. It was a soft, rainy afternoon when I unlocked the door to my new apartment. I was carrying a box labeled kitchen, but the silence that greeted me made me stop in the doorway for a second. The hallway lights flickered just once, and the air smelled faintly of old wood and something sweeter, almost like lavender, but sharper. I shook it off. It was just an old building. I moved in after the worst few months of my life. A breakup that felt like a car crash, job stress that kept me up at night, and a sense of loneliness that clung to me like a second skin. This place, third floor, end of the hall, a little outdated but charming, felt like a reset button. Somewhere to begin again. The first night was uneventful. I ordered takeout, unpacked a few essentials, and curled up on the hand-me-down couch. It creaked every time I shifted, but it was comforting in its own way. At some point, I dozed off. I woke to silence, and then the sound of water. At first, I thought it was rain again. But as my ears adjusted, I realized it was coming from the bathroom. The apartment was dark aside from the orange glow of a street lamp cutting across the living room. I padded barefoot down the hallway. The bathroom door was cracked open. A faint mist rolled out, thickening the air. I pushed the door slowly. The shower was running full blast. Steam curled up to the ceiling. The mirror was completely fogged, but no one was there. My heart thumped as I reached in to shut off the water. The knob was slick, the tiles cold. I backed out and closed the door behind me. I told myself I must have turned it on earlier, maybe to test the water pressure, and just forgot. That is all. Just stress. Just forgetfulness. The days passed, and the strange occurrences multiplied. Lights flickered for no reason. My phone would die even after charging all night. Once, I returned from a grocery run to find the bathroom mirror wiped clean, as if someone had written something on it and erased it before I came in. But the worst was the humming. It happened around 2 a.m., always soft, feminine, and chillingly close. A slow melody, like a lullaby stretched out of tune. It would come from behind the bathroom door, echoing faintly as if it were being sung through a wall of water. One night, I stood outside the bathroom holding a kitchen knife, trembling in my pajamas. The humming stopped the moment I touched the doorknob. I flung the door open empty, but the air was cold, damp, like someone had just stepped out of the shower. That night, I barely slept. I stared at the ceiling, the shadows in the corners of my room swimming with imagined movement. I could not take it anymore. I bought a cheap home security camera online and mounted it in the living room, facing the hallway. If someone was coming into my apartment, I would have proof. The next morning, I reviewed the footage. For nearly 5 hours, nothing happened. Just a still image of my dim hallway. And then, just after 2 a.m., the sensor activated. A figure stepped from the left side of the frame, tall, with dark hair clinging to her face. Her skin looked gray, blurry, not like a person, more like the idea of a person. She turned and looked directly into the camera. My breath caught, her eyes were black voids. She drifted toward the bathroom door. The camera picked up a faint sound, like a breath, deep and deliberate. Then the sound of the shower starting. I rewound it over and over, feeling my throat tighten each time I watched her stare through the lens. I did not sleep at all that night. I filed a report. The police came, asked questions, searched the apartment again. But the locks were untouched. No forced entry, nothing stolen. They suggested it might be a prank, or I was dreaming. That day, I went to the local library and searched through old tenant records and news articles about the building. I found an obituary from year 2014, Audrey Elkins. Age 26, found dead in her bathtub. No signs of violence. Water running. Cause of death listed as inconclusive. It happened in my apartment. I stared at the scanned newspaper photo of her. She looked so normal. A warm smile. Straight hair tucked behind her ears. The image burned into my brain. That night, I dreamed of her. I was in the shower, water scalding hot, steam blinding me. A silhouette behind the curtain. Fingers curled around the plastic. A voice whispering my name. I woke up gasping, my sheets soaked in sweat. The bathroom light was on, and the mirror had fogged up on its own. I contacted a local paranormal investigator. Her name was Me. She did not laugh when I told her everything. She listened with intent, took notes, and came over with a suitcase of instruments and strange tools. The moment she stepped inside, she paused. "She is still here," Me said quietly, staring down the hallway. "She is unfinished." We lit candles. She began the ritual with soft chanting. The lights dimmed. The temperature dropped. The air pressed in like a vacuum. Suddenly, the shower turned on full blast. Me continued chanting, louder now. The floor under my feet vibrated. I heard the humming again, stronger this time, angry. It grew into a wail, then vanished, silence. Then the water stopped. Me collapsed into a chair, drenched in sweat. "She does not want to go," she whispered, "but she will." The next morning, the apartment felt lighter, like a window had been opened. I made tea and let the sunlight pour in. The humming was gone. The bathroom no longer chilled my bones. I took a printed photo of a lake at sunrise and framed it, placing it on the bathroom counter. Beneath it, a tea light candle. My small memorial to Audrey, whether it was guilt or grief or loneliness that kept her tied here. I hoped she had found some kind of rest. For the first time since moving in, I started unpacking boxes I had ignored, books, keepsakes, plans for the future. I called my sister again. I went outside just to feel the breeze on my face. The apartment was no longer a haunted cage. It was a place to live. Weeks passed in peace. And then, one rainy night, as I curled under a blanket with a movie playing in the background, I heard it, water running. My stomach dropped. The TV crackled and froze. The screen turned black, humming. Slow. Sad, I tiptoed to the bathroom, heart pounding so hard I thought it might split my ribs. The door was ajar. Steam curled beneath it. I pushed it open. The shower ran, the curtain pulled halfway. In the mirror, written in the fog, "Still here?" I backed out, whispering, "Audrey, please." The humming stopped. The light flickered. Then silence. When I turned back, the message had vanished. I did not move out. I thought about it. Packed half a suitcase once, but the truth is, I don't feel afraid anymore. Audrey does not mean harm, not anymore. I think she just wanted to be known, to not be forgotten. Sometimes I still hear the water running in the middle of the night, or catch a glimpse of her in the mirror when I brush my teeth. But I light the candle. I speak her name. I let her know I see her. And then the apartment falls silent again. I live here, alone, but not quite. I never believed in haunted mirrors. In fact, I barely believed in ghosts or anything paranormal. I thought those were stories told to scare kids and keep them from sneaking out at night. But after what happened to me, after my reflection blinked without me, everything I thought I knew about reality shattered. It started on a rainy Thursday evening, late March. I had moved into my apartment just a week earlier, in a rundown building on the edge of downtown. The place wasn't fancy. Bare concrete walls, peeling wallpaper, and a single large mirror hung crookedly above the bathroom sink. The mirror was old, ornate with faded gold leafing, cracked just slightly at the bottom right corner. The landlord said it came with the apartment, something the previous tenant left behind. I didn't think much of it until I realized it wasn't just a mirror. It was a gateway. I'm Clarice, 25, recent grad, and trying to start over after a messy breakup with Evan. Evan was a good guy, but we just didn't fit anymore. We split things amicably, but the silence afterward felt like a slow, suffocating weight. I was hoping the move to this old, somewhat eerie apartment would be the fresh start I needed, but instead, I got something worse. My best friend, Mia, was the only person I trusted to share anything creepy with. She was the voice of reason, always grounded, always rational. When I told her about the mirror, she laughed it off. "Clarice, you're stressed. Maybe the move's getting to you," she said over the phone. But I could hear the worry behind her words. The apartment itself was something out of a Gothic painting. Dim hallways with flickering fluorescent lights, the muffled sound of rain tapping against cracked window panes, and the stale smell of old wood mixed with damp concrete. The mirror hung in the tiny bathroom, a claustrophobic space with peeling blue tiles and a rusted faucet that dripped steadily. Every night, the bathroom felt colder than the rest of the apartment, like the chill was seeping from the mirror itself. Sometimes I caught faint, almost imperceptible whispers that seemed to come from behind the glass. I thought I was imagining it. But then, one night, after brushing my teeth, I caught my reflection staring back longer than usual. Not just looking, but staring. My heart skipped. The eyes in the mirror seemed sharper, darker. Then, ever so slightly, the reflection grinned, a slow, crooked smile that didn't reach my own lips. I froze. I blinked once, and for a second, I thought I saw the reflection blink back, just a split second after me. But I was sure I hadn't actually blinked yet. A cold sweat broke out across my skin. A faint cracking noise echoed softly from the mirror, so subtle I almost dismissed it. Then a whisper, barely audible, breathed out, "I'm free." I backed away, heart hammering, trying to convince myself it was a trick of light or sleep deprivation. But the more nights passed, the more the mirror seemed alive, almost sentient. The reflection no longer mirrored me perfectly. It delayed movements by milliseconds, sometimes lagging, sometimes acting on its own. When I raised my hand, it sometimes hesitated, then moved fingers independently. When I turned away quickly, the reflection stayed still, watching. The whispering grew clearer. Sometimes it was taunting, sometimes pleading. "Let me out. Why won't you see? You belong to me." The paranoia was crushing. I started avoiding the bathroom at night. Mia insisted I see a therapist, but I feared they'd think I was crazy. Who would believe me anyway? What made this mirror different from every haunted object story I'd heard wasn't just the possession or the evil reflection. It was that the mirror seemed to want to swap places with me. It wasn't a ghost or demon trapped behind the glass. It was me, some dark, twisted version of me, eager to be free in the real world. And I was trapped behind, stuck in this cold, reflective prison. I tested it once, dared to stare long and hard into my eyes in the mirror. The reflection grinned again, then blinked deliberately. I screamed and smashed the light bulb overhead, plunging the room into darkness. The bathroom air grew thick, almost suffocating. The smell of burnt ozone filled the space. The mirror's surface rippled like water, distorted and fluid. I could hear a faint, irregular cracking like ice breaking slowly under pressure. Then the whisper came again, close, urgent, cold. "I'm free." I touched the mirror tentatively. It felt warmer than glass, almost flesh-like. My fingertips tingled as if something pulsed beneath the surface. Days later, the apartment's other mirrors, small ones in the bedroom and hallway, started showing flickers of that twisted grin. Not full reflections, just quick flashes when I passed by. At night, I woke to the sound of tapping on glass, like fingernails scratching from inside the mirror. Sometimes, I saw vague shadows moving behind the cracked surface, as if the reflection was trying to push through. Searching online, I discovered local legends about a mirror made by a jealous craftsman who trapped a part of his own soul inside. The curse said anyone who lived with it risked having their soul swapped with the trapped entity behind the glass. The landlord hadn't mentioned any of this. Of course, I felt utterly alone. Evan wasn't answering calls. Mia's concern was genuine, but distant. She couldn't understand the terror I was living. The mirror's grip tightened. My reflection's grin grew wider, more confident. I started to question if I was losing my mind. Was I becoming the evil thing in the mirror? The nights were the worst. Lying awake in the dark, I heard the whispered promises of release, freedom, and power from behind the glass. One evening, desperate, I tried covering the mirror with a blanket. As I did, the blanket fluttered as if caught in an unseen breeze inside the bathroom with no windows open. I slammed the door and leaned against it, panting. When I turned back to check, the blanket had fallen to the floor. The mirror was clear, but then a voice, not my own, softly said behind me, "Thanks for letting me out." I spun around, empty room. The mirror was a twisted reflection of my own fractured psyche, my guilt over leaving Evan, my fear of being alone, my fractured self-image. The evil reflection represented the part of me that wanted to break free, unchecked anger, despair, and loneliness, all trapped inside a cold, shiny prison that reflected only my surface, but hid the darkness beneath. One night, I decided to confront the mirror fully. I stood in front of it, staring into those eyes that were mine but not mine. The grin spread wide. I whispered, trembling, "Who are you?" The reflection blinked, smiled, and said, "I'm you, but you hide." The glass cracked audibly, veins spidering out from the old chip. I felt a pull, like gravity shifting. My vision blurred, the room spun. Suddenly, I was looking out from the mirror, seeing my empty body standing there, terrified. I was trapped inside. I don't know how long I was inside the mirror, but eventually, Mia found the apartment abandoned. No signs of struggle, no note, just the mirror, cracked but intact. She says she saw me in the reflection once, blinking when she didn't. Now, she avoids mirrors altogether. As for me, I'm still here, trapped behind the glass, watching the world through a cracked surface, powerless. And sometimes, when the light hits just right, I grin, because in a way, I'm still free. If you ever see a mirror blink on its own, don't stare back. It started on a rainy Thursday evening, the kind of rain that taps incessantly on the window panes, creating a rhythm that makes you question if it is just water or something more. I had just returned from work, drenched and exhausted. My apartment, a modest one-bedroom on the third floor, was silent except for the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the old wooden floorboards. I tossed my wet coat onto the rack and made my way to the living room. There, on the coffee table, sat my laptop. A trusty old thing, it had seen better days, but still served its purpose. I had not used it since the previous night, and I was certain I had shut it down properly. As I passed by, a soft clacking sound caught my attention. I paused, listening intently. The sound was faint but unmistakable, the sound of keys being pressed. Slowly, I turned to face the laptop. The screen was dark, yet the keyboard was alive, keys pressing down one after another, as if an invisible typist was at work. I approached cautiously, heart pounding. The laptop remained off, the screen blank. Yet, the keys continued their eerie dance. I reached out, hesitating for a moment before touching the power button. The laptop sprang to life, the screen illuminating the dim room. To my astonishment, a text document was open, words appearing on the screen in real time. "I see you." I slammed the lid shut, stepping back in shock. The room felt colder, the shadows darker. I tried to rationalize it, perhaps a glitch, a prank, or maybe I had left it in sleep mode. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. Over the next few days, the occurrences escalated. The laptop would turn on by itself at odd hours, always displaying cryptic messages. "Why did you leave me? I'm still here. Do you remember?" Each message sent chills down my spine. I began to question my sanity. Was I being haunted? Was someone playing a cruel joke? I reached out to tech-savvy friends, but none could explain the phenomena. They suggested malware or remote access, but scans revealed nothing. One night, I decided to confront whatever was happening. I set up a camera to record the laptop overnight. The next morning, I reviewed the footage. At precisely 3:03 a.m., the laptop lid opened on its own. The screen remained dark, but the keyboard began typing furiously. Then, a faint whisper filled the room, though no words could be discerned. Terrified, I sought help from a local paranormal investigator. He conducted a thorough examination of my apartment, using various instruments and rituals. After hours of investigation, he sat me down, a grave expression on his face. "There is a presence here," he said. "It is attached to the laptop. I believe it is trying to communicate with you." I was stunned. "Why me?" I asked. He hesitated before replying. "Sometimes, spirits latch onto objects that were significant in their lives. Perhaps this laptop belonged to someone who had unresolved issues. Determined to uncover the truth, I delved into the laptop's history. I discovered that I had purchased it secondhand from an online marketplace. Tracing the serial number, I found the original owner, a young woman named Emily, who had tragically passed away in a car accident. I reached out to her family, explaining the situation delicately. They were kind and understanding, sharing stories about Emily. She was a writer, passionate and full of life. Her laptop was her most prized possession. With their blessing, I decided to perform a cleansing ritual, hoping to bring peace to Emily's spirit. That night, I lit candles, recited prayers, and spoke to her, assuring her that she was remembered and cherished. The laptop remained silent thereafter. No more messages, no more eerie typing. I kept it as a tribute to Emily, a reminder of the thin veil between our world and the next. The days following the cleansing ritual were eerily quiet. Jessie felt a tentative peace settling over her apartment, the oppressive weight that had lingered seemingly lifted. She resumed her daily routines, trying to convince herself that the nightmare had ended. However, tranquility proved to be an illusion. One evening, as Jessie prepared for bed, a faint glow emanated from the living room. Her heart raced as she approached, finding her laptop open, the screen displaying a single line of text. "You cannot forget me." The keys began to depress once more, typing out a message in real time. "I remember everything." Jessie's breath caught in her throat. The room grew colder, a chill settling into her bones. She reached out to close the laptop, but the screen flickered, revealing a distorted image of a woman's face. Eyes hollow, mouth agape in a silent scream, the visage vanished as quickly as it appeared, replaced by a new message: "Help me." Determined to uncover the truth, Jessie delved deeper into the laptop's history. She discovered a hidden folder containing journal entries, photographs, and videos belonging to Emily, the previous owner. The entries spoke of a growing paranoia, of shadows moving just out of sight, of whispers in the dark. One video showed Emily speaking directly to the camera, her eyes wide with fear. "If you are watching this, it is too late. It is in the machine. It knows everything. It sees everything. Don't trust it." The screen went black. Jessie's hands trembled as she closed the folder. The realization dawned upon her: the entity wasn't Emily. It had consumed her, and now it had set its sights on Jessie, seeking answers. Jessie contacted a renowned parapsychologist, Dr. Evelyn Hart. After reviewing the evidence, Dr. Hart concluded that the laptop served as a conduit for a malevolent spirit, one that fed on fear and despair. "It's not just haunting the laptop," Dr. Hart warned. "It's using it as a gateway." Together, they devised a plan to sever the connection. They would perform a ritual to banish the entity, using the laptop as a focal point. That night, as they began the ritual, the apartment trembled. The laptop's screen displayed a flurry of images, faces twisted in agony, scenes of violence, and finally, Emily's face, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I am sorry," Jessie whispered. "I won't let it take anyone else." With a final chant, Dr. Hart completed the ritual. The laptop emitted a piercing scream before the screen shattered, plunging the room into darkness. In the weeks that followed, Jessie attempted to rebuild her life. She disposed of the laptop's remnants, cleansed her apartment, and sought therapy to cope with the trauma. Yet, the scars remained. She could not shake the feeling of being watched, of whispers just beyond the edge of hearing. Every flicker of a screen, every unexpected noise, sent her heart racing. One evening, as she settled into bed, her phone buzzed. A new message notification appeared. I remember everything. Jessie stared at the screen, dread pooling in her stomach. The nightmare was not over. Certainly, a message on Jessie's phone sent a cold spike of terror through her veins. I remember everything. It was the exact phrase that had flickered on the shattered laptop screen days ago. How was this possible? She had discarded the laptop fragments, cleaned every corner of her apartment, even changed her Wi-Fi password. Nothing should have connected her to that nightmare anymore. Her hands trembled as she stared at the glowing screen in the dark bedroom. The only sound was the faint hum of the city outside. But inside, the silence was suffocating, broken only by the faintest whispering, like static swirling just out of reach. She tried to call Dr. Evelyn Hart, but the call would not go through. The line was dead. Jessie pulled the covers tighter around herself, every nerve screaming that something was watching, waiting. She caught a movement in the corner of her eye, a shadow flickering on the cracked bedroom wall, twisted and shifting like smoke. "Just my imagination," she whispered, her voice barely audible. But deep down, she knew it wasn't. Sleep became impossible. Every night, Jessie was haunted by fragmented dreams, glitches in reality. She'd see herself reflected in mirrors, but the reflection would linger an extra second after she turned away. The air was thick with static electricity, crackling like whispers she couldn't fully understand. During the day, the haunted laptop's presence invaded her mind. Words formed in her peripheral vision, letters typing themselves in abandoned text boxes on her phone, on her tablet, on any device she touched. The clacking of invisible keys echoed in empty rooms, growing louder, more insistent. Her coworkers noticed her distracted behavior. Her best friend, Jenna, called several times, growing worried at Jessie's withdrawn state. "I'm fine," Jessie lied, forcing a shaky smile, but she was not fine. One rainy afternoon, while researching old forums and archives, Jessie stumbled upon a local urban legend about a spirit named the Typist. According to folklore, the Typist was a tormented soul trapped in the digital realm, seeking to rewrite its own tragic story by invading technology and manipulating its victims' realities. The legend told of a woman, a writer named Alara, who had mysteriously vanished decades ago. She was obsessed with perfection, haunted by voices that urged her to write, only to destroy her own work before anyone could read it. Jessie's breath caught as she connected the dots. Emily's journals and videos mirrored Alara's story, an endless cycle of fear, manipulation, and digital possession. She realized with sinking dread that the entity in her laptop was Alara's restless spirit, desperate to escape her prison of flickering screens and endless static. Days blurred into nights as Jessie's grip on reality frayed. Her apartment felt like a tomb, filled with shadows that reached and whispered. Her reflection no longer mimicked her movements perfectly. Sometimes it smiled when she didn't, or blinked slowly, mocking her. One evening, the laptop screen, somehow restored despite her efforts, glowed faintly on her desk. The keys began clacking loudly, the sound echoing like thunder in the small room. The whispers grew louder, phrases forming in broken code. "Write for me. Write my story. Set me free." Jessie's fingers hovered over the keyboard, paralyzed by terror and fascination. Was she going to become the next victim of this haunted technology? Or was there still a way to end the nightmare, determined to end the torment? Jessie set up a recording device and prepared for a ritual doctor. Hart had sent an old tech-based exorcism combining ancient symbols with modern electronics. She was not sure if it would work, but she had nothing left to lose. As midnight approached, the apartment grew icy cold. The laptop screen flickered to life on its own, displaying Alara's face, distorted and desperate. "Help me," the ghostly figure whispered, the keyboard pounding like a heartbeat. Jessie began the ritual, chanting alongside the steady rhythm of key presses. The screen cracked, the image warping wildly as the air filled with static whispers and chilling laughter. Suddenly, the laptop screen cracked with a sharp, spiderweb fracture, and the device emitted a high-pitched whine before powering down completely. A faint, blinding glow pulsed briefly from the screen's shattered surface, then faded into darkness. I used to roll my eyes at creepy voicemail stories online. Glitchy phones, ghost calls, it all felt like cheap attempts at viral attention. Until I got one from my own number at 12:03 a.m., I didn't answer. I didn't even see the call until morning, but it left a voicemail. I pressed play. And that was the moment everything normal in my life cracked. My name's Eric Dalton. I'm 29. I work remote tech support, so I spend most of my time alone in my apartment in Baltimore. It's a quiet building, 6th floor, 1 bedroom. My cat, Luna, is the only thing that talks back. Or was. I just moved here a month ago. The place was cheap, too cheap. But the landlord said someone died in the unit a few years back. Natural causes, old woman, yada yada. Honestly, I didn't care. I needed the space and the silence. That night, the night it all started, I was up late watching reruns of The X-Files. Irony, right? I dozed off sometime before midnight. My phone was plugged in on the nightstand, face down. Nothing unusual until I checked it the next morning. 1 missed call, 12:03 a.m. caller. Me at first, I figured it was a mistake. Maybe I dialed myself. But when I tapped into the voicemail, I stopped cold. It was my voice, whispering, garbled static buzzed over the audio like an old cassette tape. Then, "Don't answer," the door. But it wasn't quite right. It was like my voice had been slowed down, warped. There was breathing in the background. Close, ragged, like someone was standing too close to the mic. And then, just before it ended, I heard a second voice, not mine, just one word spat out like a hiss. "Liar." I deleted the voicemail. Immediately, my hands were shaking. I tried to tell myself it was a prank. Maybe someone spoofed my number. But I hadn't given my number to anyone in the building. And I have 2-factor auth on everything. Later that day, I told my sister, Rachel. She's my only real family. We're close, grew up taking care of each other after our mom passed. She laughed it off at first, thought I was trying to spook her. "Bro, maybe Ghost you just wanted to chat. Not funny." Okay, but seriously, might just be a scammer with spoof tech. I get those all the time. I tried to believe her, until it happened again the next night. 12:03 a.m., same timestamp, 1 missed call from me, new voicemail. This time I hesitated. I didn't want to listen, but I couldn't stop myself, my voice again. Clearer, closer, "Wake up." I wasn't asleep. I stood in the middle of my dark kitchen, phone clutched to my ear, blood gone cold. "Wake up." Then static. Then silence. Then a breath, long, deep, like someone was listening from the other end. Then, "You're not alone." The voicemail ended. I looked around the apartment. It was silent, except for the buzz of my fridge and Luna pawing at the balcony door. But I swear, for a split second, I saw a reflection in the black screen of my phone, not mine. Someone taller, Standing behind me, I dropped the phone. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the couch with the lights on, staring at the blank TV screen. It was almost worse seeing my own reflection distorted in the glass. I kept imagining something standing just out of frame. The next day, I checked the voicemail log again. Gone. Both voicemails had vanished. No audio. No transcript. No metadata. It was like they'd never existed by night 3. I was unraveling. I had my phone in airplane mode. I kept every light on. I even unhooked the Wi-Fi. I wasn't taking chances. But at 12:03 a.m., it happened anyway. My phone, powered off, turned on. The screen lit up. Incoming call. Caller, Eric Dalton timestamp. 12:03 a.m. I watched it ring. No sound. Just the vibration against the kitchen counter. And then it auto-answered. No prompt. No button press. My voice spoke through the speaker, tinny and hollow. Stop trying to run. I screamed and threw the phone across the room. It hit the fridge and slid under the table. Then, from the shadows near the hallway, I heard movement. A footstep, unmistakable, carpet groaning, like someone shifting their weight. Hello, I choked out. Who's there? Silence. Luna hissed and darted under the couch. I grabbed the nearest thing I could use as a weapon, a broom, and slowly crept down the hall. The bedroom door was half open. It had been shut. I pushed it open with the broomstick. No one inside, but my closet door, wide open. And written inside the door, in thin, jagged black pen, were 3 words, answer the call. I slept at a motel that night. Cheap one, out by the interstate. Nothing fancy, just needed to get away from the apartment. I didn't bring the phone. I left it behind, but I couldn't escape it. At 12:03 a.m., the motel landline rang, room phone, old plastic receiver. I didn't pick up. It rang 11 times, then stopped. In the silence, I heard something from the bathroom, a drip. Steady, mechanical. I went in slowly, turned on the light. The mirror was fogged up. I hadn't showered. And written in the fog, like someone traced it with a finger, liar. I called Rachel the next morning, sobbing, I'm losing it, Ratch. I don't know what's happening. She didn't laugh this time. Instead, there was a pause. Eric, do you remember what happened to Mom's phone? I blinked. What are you talking about? Before she died. She kept getting calls, remember? Said someone was warning her. We thought it was dementia. But she said it was her own voice. I felt ice slide down my spine. She died in her sleep, clutching her phone. I hadn't thought about it in years. Maybe I didn't want to. I hung up and drove straight back to the apartment. I needed answers, proof, something, anything. The place was dark, quiet. Luna was hiding under the bed. She wouldn't come out. My phone sat on the floor, right where I'd left it. I picked it up. The battery was dead. When I plugged it in, it turned on instantly. There were no missed calls. But there was one saved voicemail. No timestamp. No caller ID, just the word, soon. The audio was different this time. It was me, not distorted, not whispering, just broken, crying. Please, if you're hearing this, it's already too late. You can't stop it. It's not the phone, it's you. Then static. Screaming. A second voice, overlapping mine, deeper, guttural, echoing. I was you. Click. The story I'm telling you now, I don't know how much of it is real anymore. I started documenting everything. Printed screenshots, audio backups. I posted the recordings online. But every time I upload something, it corrupts. And always, at 12:03 a.m., the phone rings from my number, even when I smash it, even when I leave town. I see reflections that aren't mine. Hear my own voice whisper things I don't remember thinking. I haven't slept in days. My nose bleeds when the calls come now. Luna's gone. I woke up to the balcony door open, her collar left behind. I'm scared to fall asleep. Because the last voicemail I got wasn't from my number. It was from Rachel's. And her voice, my voice, said, "You'll join us soon." The cold steel of the deadbolt slid home with a sharp click that echoed faintly in the narrow hallway, followed by the soft scrape of the chain latch locking into place. I pressed my palm against the rough wooden door, feeling the lingering chill seep through the thin paint, a subtle reminder of the failing heater in my apartment. The smell of damp plaster mingled with faint traces of burnt coffee drifting from the kitchenette, grounding me in the small, dimly lit space I called home. Outside, rain drummed steadily against the cracked window pane, its rhythm a hypnotic pulse, blending with the distant wail of sirens and the muted hum of traffic sliding along wet asphalt. I settled onto the threadbare couch, the scratchy fabric rough against my bare arms, laptop glowing faintly on my lap. The blue light painted my face in sharp angles, casting shadows beneath tired eyes. My fingers trembled slightly as I opened the DoorCam app, a habit born from unease, a desperate need to see the threshold I'd locked behind me. My breath hitched when the chain, the small metal protector I'd fastened moments before, was no longer holding firm. The faint SCR, R of metal sliding against wood sliced through the quiet like a whisper from the darkness. The chain was undone. Panic squeezed my chest tight, an icy weight slipping down my spine. My ears strained for any sound, a creak, a footfall, a breath. But all I caught was the persistent patter of rain and the low electric hum of the flickering hallway light outside. The DoorCam showed nothing but empty shadows, vague outlines blurred by the grainy black and white feed. My fingertips, clammy and cold, gripped the leather armrest, knuckles white. I could almost taste the metallic tang of fear, bitter and sharp on my tongue. A sudden gust of cold air slipped through the window's cracked seal, brushing the back of my neck like ghostly fingers. The faintest scent of something, old wood, must, and something more elusive, like burnt hair, floated through the room, setting my nerves alight. The city noises outside seemed muffled, as if the building itself held its breath. My heartbeat thundered in my ears as I lifted my phone, trembling hands dialing Amy's number. Her voice, warm and familiar, was a fragile lifeline. She urged calm, offered reason, but the dread curling in my gut refused to untangle. The baseball bat leaned heavily against the doorframe, cold and solid, a meager shield in the night. I edged forward, each step slow, deliberate, as the chain silently slid back into its catch with a hollow snap. The shadows in the hallway stretched and twitched in the dim light, and for a moment, the silence pressed so heavily against my skin, I thought I might suffocate. Sleep became a stranger that night, replaced by the whisper of imagined footsteps, the scrape of invisible nails on peeling wallpaper, and the endless, creeping sensation that the door was no longer a barrier, but an invitation. The morning light seeped reluctantly through the cracked blinds, thin slats casting striped shadows across the cluttered floor. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes, but the tension in my muscles didn't ease. My apartment smelled faintly of damp fabric and stale air, the window still ajar after last night's restless hours. The faint hum of the city was a distant buzz behind the thicker walls of my building, a false comfort. I sat at the kitchen table, the rough grain of the wood pressing into my palms, eyes fixed on the chain latch dangling loosely from the doorframe. It should have been secure, unyielding. But last night it had moved, just enough. Like a whisper from someone or something that shouldn't have been there, my phone buzzed, breaking the heavy silence. It was Jake, my closest friend since college. His voice, usually brimming with easy laughter, was tight, strained. He asked how I was holding up. I tried to speak calmly, but my voice cracked, betraying the storm roiling beneath. I told him about the chain, the door cam, the sensation that someone had slipped inside while I was alone. He promised to check in later. The words felt hollow. Even Jake, solid and steady, couldn't reach through the thick fog of dread wrapped around me. The day dragged. Each tick of the clock amplified in the quiet apartment. The faint scrape of the chain against the wood echoed in my mind. Shadows pooled under the doorframe, stretching, retreating, as if alive. The stale air seemed heavier, every breath a struggle. I kept imagining eyes watching from just beyond the hallway light, and every creak of the aging building felt like a deliberate knock. By nightfall, the apartment seemed to close in, walls breathing slow and heavy, as if the space itself was alive and watching. The faint buzz of the street lamp outside flickered, casting long shadows that danced with every gust of wind. My fingers trembled as I locked the deadbolt, then hooked the chain, gripping it tightly until my knuckles blanched. But deep down, I knew the chain was no longer a barrier. That night, the rain had stopped, but the air was thick and heavy, suffused with the damp, metallic scent of an approaching storm. The faint glow from the street lamp outside cast fractured patterns across the door, which seemed to pulse faintly with an unnatural stillness. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the low hum of the refrigerator and the occasional drip from a leaky faucet. I sat close to the door, the baseball bat resting on my lap, its cold weight a faint comfort. My eyes were fixed on the chain latch, barely visible in the dim light. Suddenly, it moved, not with a violent yank or abrupt jolt, but slow, almost deliberate, as if something unseen was testing the boundary. The faint SHHRR of metal sliding echoed louder than it should have in the quiet room. My breath caught, and a cold sweat prickled down my spine. I swallowed hard, the bitter taste of fear filling my mouth. Every nerve screamed for me to flee, yet I was rooted to the spot, eyes wide, heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. The chain slipped halfway free, hanging by a thread, revealing the bare edge of the door's latch. Outside the peephole, shadows twisted and shifted, just beyond the reach of the hallway light. My pulse thundered in my ears as I struggled to discern shapes. Was it just the flickering bulb playing tricks, or something darker? Something watching. I reached out, trembling fingers brushing the chain, and the room seemed to tilt, the stale air thickening. The silence was shattered by a low, almost inaudible hum, like a warning vibrating through the walls themselves. A sudden creak behind me made me whip around, breath ragged. Nothing. Just the empty room, cold and still, the faint scent of dust, and something more sour, fear, lingering like a stain. For hours I sat there, bat ready, ears straining for the faintest sound. The chain finally slid fully free in one last, agonizing clink, and I knew then that whatever had been outside was now inside. The moment the chain slipped free, the atmosphere shifted, an invisible weight pressing down, thickening the stale air in the room. Every sound became hyperial. The slow, uneven ticking of the old clock, the faint creak of floorboards settling somewhere distant, and beneath it all, a low, constant hum that seemed to vibrate inside my skull. I flicked on the hallway light, desperate to banish the shadows, but the bulb sputtered weakly, casting sickly yellow light that only deepened the darkness around its edges. The door stood just slightly ajar, the gap like a silent invitation or a warning. My skin prickled as I stepped closer, heart hammering so loud I was sure the intruder would hear it. The smell hit me next, a faint but unmistakable scent of cold metal mixed with something acrid, like burnt rubber. My eyes scanned the dim hallway beyond the doorframe, every shadow a potential hiding place. Then came the whispers, soft, almost imperceptible at first, like the faint rustling of dry leaves or distant static on a radio. I froze, straining to hear words in the murmur, but they remained elusive, half-formed syllables dissolving into silence. The sound seemed to drift from the walls themselves, surrounding me in an intangible cage of fear. I backed away, stumbling slightly, when a sudden cold draft swept through the room, stirring papers on the desk and sending a chill down my spine that no blanket could chase away. The low hum swelled, warping into something almost like a voice, calling, pleading, or maybe warning. My mind spun with questions. Was this a real intruder, or some other presence, trapped between worlds and desperate to communicate? The line between reality and imagination blurred, my senses playing tricks as shadows flickered in the corners of my vision. I forced myself to breathe, grounding my thoughts. The chain had been locked, yet unlatched. How? Who? Why? Every logical answer slipped away like smoke, desperation mounted. I grabbed my phone, fingers shaking as I dialed Jake again, but it went straight to voicemail. No connection. The silence outside pressed in, deeper and heavier. And then, the door creaked open further, inch by agonizing inch, as if pushed by something unseen. My blood ran cold. I wasn't alone. The door's slow swing opened a corridor swallowed by darkness. I could barely make out the edges of the hallway, but I felt it, a presence lingering just beyond sight, heavy and suffocating, like a cold breath on the back of my neck. The hairs on my arms rose, every instinct screaming to run, yet my feet remained frozen. The apartment's familiar smells, the faint scent of brewing coffee, the stale odor of forgotten takeout, mingled with something else. An unnatural musk, heavy and damp, like a cellar long sealed and untouched. My ears caught the faint scrape of something dragging across the floor, soft but deliberate. I reached for the light switch, but the bulb flickered and died, plunging me into pitch black. My vision blurred as panic clawed up my throat, hot and raw. The silence was now a vacuum filled with breathless tension. Suddenly, a sharp clang echoed from the kitchen, the unmistakable sound of a metal spoon falling to the tile floor. My heart thundered as I edged toward the noise, my hand stretched out, fingertips grazing the cold wall for guidance. I stopped at the kitchen threshold. The metallic scent was stronger here, mingled with the sharper tang of fear. The faint hum returned, pulsating like a heartbeat, rhythmic and mocking. I could hear footsteps, soft, uneven, almost hesitant, coming from the living room. They weren't mine. Something moved in the shadows, just beyond the edge of light. I swallowed my terror, gripping the bat tighter. "Who's there?" My voice cracked, barely a whisper. No answer, only the echo of my own fear bouncing back. A cold breeze stirred, raising goosebumps along my arms. I blinked, and for a moment, the outline of a figure flickered at the edge of my vision. A blurred silhouette, shifting, intangible. It was gone before I could focus. leaving only the oppressive stillness behind. I realized then, with a crushing weight, that the chain was only the first warning. The real danger was inside and watching. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the door, the faint creak echoing in the oppressive silence of the apartment. The chain, the one I had latched so firmly before bed, now hung loosely, swaying slightly as if a ghost had toyed with it. I wanted to scream, to bolt out, but my legs betrayed me, rooted to the spot by a cocktail of dread and disbelief. The door was still mostly closed, but that slight gap felt like a yawning chasm leading to the unknown. The cold draft seeping through it was unnatural, biting into my skin despite the summer heat outside. A low hum buzzed in my ears, not mechanical, but almost alive, like a warning signal vibrating through my bones. I blinked hard, willing my racing heart to steady. Rational thought clawed its way back in. There must be a logical explanation. Maybe a malfunctioning door mechanism, or the chain hadn't latched properly after all. Maybe someone was playing a sick joke. But as I reached out a trembling hand toward the chain, a sudden flash of movement caught my eye on the door cam monitor I'd set up weeks ago. Just a precaution after some neighborhood break-ins. The grainy black and white feed flickered, and there, barely perceptible, was a figure standing motionless on my porch. Not moving, not breathing, I swallowed my panic. Heart hammering so loud I was sure the neighbors could hear it. I reached for my phone to call the police, fingers fumbling as the screen flashed, no service. The building's old wiring must be acting up again, but the timing was almost comical if it weren't so terrifying. The hum deepened into a low drone, filling the room, vibrating under the floorboards. Then, from behind me, the soft, sickening sound of the chain sliding along the door frame. I spun around, bat raised, ready for confrontation, but nothing was there. The room was empty, save for the oppressive shadows twisting in the corners. The figure on the door cam moved then, slowly stepping back into the darkness beyond the porch light's reach. I strained to catch details, a jacket, a face obscured. But it was like looking through fogged glass. Then the door handle rattled, a soft jangle that sent chills straight through my spine. Locked tight, but the chain was unlatched. The last line of defense breached without a sound. I backed away toward the window, desperate for escape, but it was sealed shut, a single pane of glass offering no refuge. My phone buzzed suddenly, a text message from Jake. "Are you okay?" Heard noises. Relief surged briefly, but then the power cut out, plunging me into absolute darkness. Only the door remained visible, faintly illuminated by the blinking red of the door cam's night vision. And then, a shadow passed behind the frosted glass of the front door, tall, still, watching. My breath caught again, the cold sweat rolling down my back. I realized the figure hadn't come to break in at all. It had been there, unseen, slipping past me like a ghost all along. The chain hadn't been unlatched by human hands. Something else was here. Something that didn't want me to feel safe. My mind raced. Was it a break-in? A ghost? Or the fractured echoes of my own paranoia feeding the fear? I forced myself to look away from the door and toward the darkened living room. The hum ceased. The apartment fell silent. The door remained locked, the chain strangely hanging as if untouched. I sat down slowly, heart still pounding, breathing shallow. The police would come soon. Jake would be here, and I was safe for now. But the image of the unlatched chain and that silent watcher etched into my mind like a warning that safety is often an illusion. Sometimes, the worst intrusion is the one you never see. The police arrived shortly after Jake came over. They did a thorough check. No signs of forced entry, no footprints. Nothing unusual beyond the unlatched chain and the odd footage on the door cam. They chalked it up to a mechanical fault, or maybe someone messing with the chain as a prank, though no one in the neighborhood admitted to it. The footage remained grainy and inconclusive, just shadows and flickering light, nothing definitive. Jake stayed with me that night, insisting it was probably just stress messing with my mind. "Old buildings play tricks on us," he said, trying to comfort me. Days passed. I checked the locks obsessively, installed new security systems, even got a dog. But the feeling never completely left, the faint, unsettling thought that someone or something had been there, close enough to breach what I thought was my sanctuary. Looking back, I realized it wasn't just about the door or the chain. It was about how vulnerable we feel when our private spaces are threatened, whether by a stranger, a fault in the building, or our own fears twisting reality. That night forced me to confront how fragile our sense of safety really is. In the end, maybe there was no ghost, no lurking intruder, just the harsh reminder that security is never absolute. And sometimes, the scariest thing is knowing that your peace can unravel without a single sound. I learned to live with the fear, not because it was rational, but because it was real. Because sometimes the door is locked, but the chain might still be unlatched. After a recent breakup, I moved into a modest apartment in a quiet neighborhood, seeking solace and a fresh start. The building was old but charming, with creaky wooden floors and vintage fixtures. I was drawn to its character, hoping it would be a place of healing. The first few days were uneventful. I spent my time unpacking, arranging furniture, and trying to make the space feel like home. The neighbors were polite but kept to themselves, which suited me fine. One evening, after a long day of work, I returned home, eager to relax. As I stepped into the apartment, I noticed the faint sound of water running. Confused, I walked towards the bathroom. The door was slightly ajar, and steam wafted out. I pushed the door open to find the shower running, the curtain drawn, my heart raced. I was certain I had not left it on. I reached out and turned the knob, stopping the flow of water. The bathroom was empty. I checked the apartment thoroughly, but there was no sign of anyone else. I chalked it up to forgetfulness and tried to dismiss the unease settling in my stomach. Over the next few days, similar incidents occurred. Lights would flicker, doors creaked open on their own, and the shower would inexplicably turn on. Each time I tried to rationalize the events, old wiring, drafts, or my own absent-mindedness. One night, I awoke to the sound of humming. It was soft, melodic, and seemed to be coming from the bathroom. I got up and approached the door, which was now closed. The humming stopped abruptly as I reached for the handle. Inside, everything was still. I began to question my sanity. Was the stress of the breakup and the move affecting my mind? I decided to set up a camera in the living room, hoping to catch any unusual activity. The next morning, I reviewed the footage. For the most part, it was uneventful. But around 2:00 a.m., the camera picked up movement. A shadowy figure moved across the hallway, heading towards the bathroom. The shower turned on shortly after. I froze, replaying the clip multiple times. There was no mistaking it. Someone or something had been in my apartment. I contacted the building management and the police. They conducted a thorough search, but found no signs of forced entry. The locks were intact, and there was no evidence of an intruder. They suggested it might have been a trick of the light or a glitch in the camera. I was not convinced. Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, I installed additional cameras and changed the locks. I also began researching the building's history. I discovered that a previous tenant, a woman named Julie, had died in the apartment under mysterious circumstances. She was found in the bathroom, the shower running, with no apparent cause of death. That night, I had a vivid dream. I was in the bathroom, and the shower was running. The curtain slowly pulled back, revealing a pale woman with hollow eyes. She reached out to me, whispering my name. I woke up in a cold sweat, the sound of running water echoing in my ears. I rushed to the bathroom. The shower was on, steam filling the room. I turned it off and sat on the floor, trying to calm my racing heart. I felt a presence, a weight in the air that hadn't been there before. Desperate for answers, I reached out to a local paranormal investigator. She agreed to visit the apartment and conduct an assessment. Upon arrival, she immediately sensed a strong energy in the bathroom. Using various tools, she detected fluctuations in temperature and electromagnetic fields. She concluded that the spirit of Julie was still present, possibly trapped due to unresolved issues. She suggested a cleansing ritual to help guide the spirit to the afterlife. I agreed, hoping it would bring peace to both Julie and myself. The ritual was conducted that evening. Candles were lit and prayers were said. As the investigator chanted, the air grew heavy and the temperature dropped. Suddenly, the shower turned on by itself. We both looked at each other, fear in our eyes. The investigator continued the ritual, her voice unwavering. Eventually, the water stopped, and the room returned to normal. In the days following the ritual, the disturbances ceased. The apartment felt lighter, more welcoming. I no longer heard humming or found the shower running unexpectedly. I felt a sense of relief, believing that Julie had found peace. I decided to honor her memory by placing a small memorial in the bathroom, a framed photo of a serene landscape with a candle beside it. It was my way of acknowledging her presence and wishing her well. Life slowly returned to normal. I focused on work, reconnected with friends, and began to feel like myself again. The apartment became a true sanctuary, a place of comfort and safety. Months passed without incident. One evening, as I prepared for bed, I heard a faint humming. It was soft, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable. I walked to the bathroom, heart pounding. The door was open, the room dark. I stepped inside and the humming stopped. I turned on the light. Everything was as it should be. The memorial candle flickered gently. I smiled, a sense of calm washing over me. Perhaps Julie was just saying goodbye. I whispered, "Rest well, Julie," and closed the door. The apartment remained silent, the air still. I returned to bed, feeling a sense of closure and peace. I never thought a fingerprint could haunt me. But that night, when I saw it smeared on the inside of my TV screen, I realized some things are not meant to be seen. I was alone, sitting in my tiny, dimly lit apartment on the edge of town. The clock read 11:47 p.m. Grace, that is me, by the way. Just a regular woman in her late 20s, working a boring desk job, struggling to keep it all together after a breakup that left me feeling hollow. My best friend, Jake, had insisted I get a TV for my place, something to fill the silence. It was one of those old flat screens, bulky but still reliable. That night, the air felt heavier than usual, as if the atmosphere itself was holding its breath. My apartment was quiet except for the faint hum of the refrigerator and the distant, muffled sounds of the city nightlife outside. The space was cluttered with the chaos of recent unpacking, a stray coffee mug on the floor, a stack of unopened mail on the table. I could smell the faint scent of old books mixed with a lingering note of burnt popcorn from the microwave. Jake was a good guy, funny and practical. He'd come over every weekend, cracking jokes and making sure I did not drown in loneliness. But tonight, he was away visiting family. So it was just me and my new TV. I had just finished watching some late-night reruns when I noticed something odd, a greasy smudge on the TV screen. At first, I thought it was on the outside. I rubbed at it with the edge of my sleeve. No effect. It was inside the glass, between the screen and the protective layer. I frowned. How did a fingerprint get inside the screen? The TV was brand new, and I hadn't touched the screen at all. Curiosity mixed with a prickling sense of unease. I leaned closer, and that is when I saw it. The fingerprint was fresh, glistening faintly under the dim light, like someone's hand had pressed against the glass from inside the TV. And then, a low pulse of static rippled across the screen, distorting the image momentarily. I blinked, unsure if I was imagining things. But the faint, almost imperceptible knocking came next 3 taps, as if someone was trapped behind the glass, trying to get out. The knocking stopped abruptly. I held my breath. "Hello," I whispered, my voice cracking silence. I backed away, heart hammering against my ribs. I tried to rationalize. Maybe it was a trick of the wiring, an electrical fault. But the fingerprint, that defied logic. I reached for my phone to call Jake, but the screen flickered. The room seemed to darken, except for the eerie glow of the TV. And then I heard it, a whisper, barely audible, like a breath brushing against my ear. "I'm free." I spun around, but the apartment was empty. The next morning, I told Jake what happened over coffee. He laughed it off, calling it ghost stories. But when I showed him the print, he went pale. "You do not want to mess with that," he said quietly. "That looks like more than just dust or grease." Days passed, but the knocking and the static pulses did not stop. Sometimes, I'd catch glimpses of movement behind the screen, shadows flickering, fleeting figures. At night, the TV would turn on by itself, glowing faintly in the dark. I started to avoid the living room. The TV became a symbol of dread, a prison for whatever entity was trying to escape. The more I tried to ignore it, the worse it got. One evening, I stayed up late, watching the screen carefully. I wanted to understand what it wanted. The fingerprint glistened again, and the knocking began, soft at first, then insistent. Suddenly, the screen cracked, just a subtle fracture, but enough to make me jump. The whisper came again, louder this time. "I'm free." My vision blurred. The room spun. I felt like the air was suffocating me. Then a hand, pale, translucent, pressed against the inside of the glass, fingers splayed wide. I screamed. The next day, I researched haunted mirrors, possessed screens, and paranormal phenomena linked to electronics. I found stories of spirits trapped in TVs, attempting to escape into our world. Many claimed these entities fed on fear, growing stronger with each terrified reaction. I tried to cover the screen with blankets, unplug the TV, even throw it out. But the fingerprint always reappeared, glowing faintly, as if mocking me. The entity was real, and it was trying to get out. Gradually, I started to question my sanity. Were these hallucinations the result of stress, or was something truly inside my TV? One night, the knocking turned to pounding. The screen glowed red, and I felt a cold draft creep under the door. I locked myself in my bedroom, trembling. In the dark, I heard whispers. I'm free. The next morning, my neighbors told me the apartment's building had a dark history. An old tenant had died mysteriously, trapped in their own home. The rumors said their spirit was bound to the place, unable to leave. The fingerprint was the mark of their desperate attempt to escape. I left the apartment soon after, unable to bear the claustrophobia and fear. Now, every time I see a TV screen, I wonder what might be trapped just beneath the surface, waiting for a chance to break free. I woke up gasping for air. My lungs burned with each ragged breath, thick with a dry, earthy taste that coated my tongue and clung to my throat. The sheets beneath me felt strange, rough, coarse, and gritty like sandpaper against my skin. I tried to move but felt weighed down, as if the bed itself was packed with dirt. I blinked, trying to adjust to the dim light seeping through the cracked curtains. Shadows stretched long across my room, but the grime was impossible to ignore. Dark soil crusted my arms, flecks of mud under my fingernails. My hair clung to my forehead in damp clumps. A soft sound caught my attention, the faint, almost imperceptible crumbling of dirt, like something shifting slowly just beneath the floorboards. I froze, heart hammering. Then came a barely audible heartbeat, thumping steadily, muffled, like a distant drum under layers of earth. I was not sure if I was still dreaming or if this was real. Either way, something was very wrong. My name is Alice. I live alone in a small, aging apartment at the edge of town, where the trees crowd in close, and the silence is thick enough to swallow sound whole. I'm not someone people usually notice, quiet, a little forgetful, prone to anxieties that bubble up when I'm alone too long. Last night, Joshua called me. He is my coworker and one of the few people I trust. Not that I'm proud of needing someone else, but lately I've felt more lost than ever. Hey, Alice, you okay? His voice was gentle, concerned. You missed work again. You've got to talk to someone. I wanted to answer, to tell him everything, but the words stuck in my throat. How do you explain waking up covered in dirt with no memory of how you got there? Then Jenna, my oldest friend, called too. I did not pick up. I was afraid she'd hear the panic hiding in my voice. My apartment should feel safe. But now, every corner felt like a trap. The air smelled faintly of damp earth, like I was breathing in soil. The window blinds were drawn tight, blocking out the moonlight, turning the room into a dark cave. I shuffled to the bathroom mirror. My reflection shocked me. Pale, with dark shadows under my eyes, streaks of dirt smeared across my cheeks like war paint. My fingernails were cracked and caked with soil. For a second, the reflection was not mine. It smiled, slow, cruel. I gasped and stepped back, heart pounding. The lights flickered. A cold draft brushed past me, as if someone or something had just passed. Sitting on the edge of my bed, I stared at the dead phone in my hand. No calls, no texts, no help. The clock on the wall blinked 3:17 a.m., but I was sure I'd gone to sleep hours ago. And then I heard it again, the soft crunch of dirt footsteps outside my door. Slow, deliberate, I opened it. Nothing. Only the silent hallway stretched before me. Shadows long and hungry, I rubbed my temples, trying to recall the missing hours. The last clear memory was dinner with Joshua, the warmth of his laughter fading as he left. But where was I? Who had buried me in darkness and left me to wake like this? The days blurred. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt the cold pressure of earth pressing on my chest, the suffocating weight of soil sealing me inside a grave. Joshua begged me to see a doctor. "You need help," he said, his voice cracking with worry, but I was terrified. What if the doctors thought I was crazy? What if I was losing my mind? So I turned to something darker, old journals from my grandmother. She'd written about the buried ones, a curse passed down, about lost time and souls trapped beneath the earth. Beware the shadow that buries the soul. One entry read in shaky handwriting. I did not want to believe it, but I could not ignore the dirt under my nails or the heartbeat that never stopped. The night air in my apartment felt unnervingly still. It was heavy with a silence that seemed to press against my chest. As I lay tangled in my dirt-stained sheets, the darkness whispered around me. At first, it was nothing more than a faint rustle, like dry leaves skittering across a forgotten graveyard. Then came the whisper, barely more than a breath, but unmistakable. "Help, buried, find me." The voice curled through the shadows, thin and desperate. It wrapped icy fingers around my heart. I jolted upright, feeling the rough grit of soil crunch beneath my trembling hands. I looked down at the sheets, dirt smeared in patterns like ancient runes. The whisper grew urgent, almost pleading, as if some restless soul was trapped beneath the earth, begging to be heard. The air tasted dusty and stale. The room felt impossibly small, claustrophobic, like the soil itself was closing in. Sleep became a distant memory. Nights dragged on in a haze of dread and unease. They were punctuated by a strange rhythm beneath the floorboards. It wasn't quite sound, more like a vibration, soft and steady, like the heartbeat of something buried deep beneath the foundations of my home. One evening, Joshua sat beside me on the creaking floor, his eyes wide and voice low. We pressed our palms to the rough wooden planks, feeling the pulse, steady, slow, and alive. Then, a faint cracking sound split the silence, like the earth itself was fracturing. Loose soil sifted through a narrow gap, the grains falling with a ghostly whisper. The scent was earthy and pungent. It rooted me to the moment, a moment when I knew something beneath the floor was waking, pulsing with a life I could not see but could no longer ignore. Trying to piece together those missing hours felt like chasing shadows. I sat in my dim apartment, staring at my phone. I scrolled through texts and camera footage, desperate for a clue. The last clear memory I had was walking near the old quarry, a desolate stretch of cracked earth and skeletal trees that clawed at a bleak sky. After that, everything dissolved into a fog of confusion, lost time swallowed whole. Had I fallen? Was I buried alive? The thought tightened like a noose around my throat. My phone showed nothing, no calls, no messages, no GPS movement. It was as if reality itself had blinked, erasing what happened. Images flickered behind my eyelids, soil smothering my skin. Darkness so thick it pressed against my chest, muffled voices calling out to me from beneath the earth. The harder I tried to hold onto these fragments, the more they slipped away, like whispers lost to the wind. The next morning, the truth revealed itself in the harsh glare of daylight. As I looked down at my hands, a shiver ran through me. Gritty, stubborn soil clung beneath my fingernails, dark and stubborn, impossible to wash away. The dirt was a stain from some dark, forgotten hour. Joshua insisted we return to the quarry, hoping to unearth some answers. The place was a wasteland, dry, cracked earth, tangled with dead branches, and an eerie stillness that swallowed sound whole. As we searched, Joshua stopped suddenly, his gaze fixed on a patch of freshly disturbed soil. Kneeling down, I brushed the loose dirt aside to reveal my wristwatch, dirt-streaked and scratched, the one I'd worn that day. It was proof that some part of me had been swallowed by the earth, but the rest of the story remained buried, waiting to surface. That night, the whispers came again, urgent, haunting, almost desperate. "Find me, free me." The voice seeped from beneath the floorboards, curling through the shadows like smoke. I dropped to my knees, pressing my hands against the rough wood, my heart hammering in my chest. Then, beneath my fingertips, something cold and clammy brushed against my skin. I gasped and recoiled, the chill sinking deep into my bones. I wasn't alone, not really. Something or someone buried beneath my home had returned, reaching out from the darkness, refusing to be forgotten. Fear gripped me, sharp and raw, but beneath it simmered a strange resolve. I had to know what had happened during those lost hours. No matter how terrifying the truth might be, days blurred as the whispers haunted every corner of my mind. I found myself drawn back to the floorboards, compelled to listen, to understand. One evening, with a flashlight trembling in my grip, I pried up a loose plank in the living room. Beneath it lay a shallow cavity, dirt pressed tight like a coffin lid. The scent hit me instantly, a cold, damp earth smell mixed with something faintly metallic, like old blood. My fingers brushed the soil, cold and gritty, and I heard it again, the faintest heartbeat, slow and steady, as if something was trapped just beneath the surface. Joshua stood beside me, his face pale but determined. "We have to dig," he whispered. I nodded, the dread tightening in my chest, but there was no turning back now. As we cleared away dirt, a small box emerged, bound in rusted iron and etched with symbols I couldn't recognize, shapes that seemed to writhe and twist under the flashlight's beam. The whispers grew louder, more desperate. The box was heavier than it looked, and as I reached out to open it, a cold breath of air escaped, carrying a voice barely audible but full of sorrow. "Please, do not forget me." Inside the box lay an old, dirt-stained journal bound in cracked leather. Its pages were yellowed and brittle, filled with cramped handwriting in a language I couldn't read, but somehow understood on a deeper level. An urgent plea, a record of suffering, and a terrible secret buried with it. The air around me thickened, every breath tasting like damp earth and despair. As I flipped through the pages, a sudden dizziness overwhelmed me. The room tilted, shadows curled at the edges of my vision. Images flooded my mind, flashes of a young woman trapped beneath soil, desperate to escape a fate imposed by those who feared her. She was cursed, buried alive by those who wanted her silence, her pain hidden forever beneath the ground. Her heartbeat was the one I'd heard, still pulsing in the dark, longing for release. Tears welled in my eyes as I realized this was no mere haunting. It was a cry for justice, for remembrance. Joshua held my hand tightly, grounding me. "We have to help her," he said. And in that moment, I understood. This was not just my nightmare, it was hers too. Her story had become entwined with mine through lost time and buried secrets. The curse was real, and it was demanding to be broken. The sun rose weak and gray the next day, but I felt strangely lighter. The journal now rests on my desk, its pages carefully translated and shared with local historians. A small memorial was placed near the quarry for the woman whose name we finally learned, Alice. Her story, once buried beneath silence and soil, now breathes again through those who remember. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the faint heartbeat beneath the floorboards or the soft rustle of dirt shifting in the dark. But the fear has softened, replaced by a solemn respect. I carry the dirt on my hands like a reminder, not just of that terrifying night when I woke covered in soil with no memory, but of the fragile line between life and the shadows we bury in the past. As always, thanks for listening.